Hello. Hopefully everything's working this time. Should be at least. I'm a little late, y'all. Welcome one, welcome all. Woo! Hey, Valis. 1 minute early. I'm like 5 minutes late. Welcome, everybody. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Chelly, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing? Hopefully I'm not too loud. Whoo, lordy, lordy, lordy. There is a lot of stuff we need to talk about. First of all, 4.1 is now open PTU. Anybody who has the game can get and download the game. I would suggest doing that at the very least right now to help them stress test it, because typically open PTU doesn't last very long and they're really running through the paces for this one. So it looks like they're probably going to try to get this one out in the next week or so, possibly right before the end of the month. So. Whew. Sorry. Like right here hurts, but I don't think it's my tooth. It's like right over here. Probably something else. Astral Answer, how you doing? Jin? Siegfried? God, I love PvPing. A44. Let me pull up starcitizen. Ooh. The dev diary. Yes. Yes. So, Galan, if you've been paying attention to, the monthly reports, that's the engine team. The engine team has been working on that for fucking 3 years. I shit you not. That is something they've been working on, and it's specifically, in my opinion, based off of how it's been working out, it was specifically designed to work with engineering. So they were designing this around engineering and Maelstrom, because the purpose of this engine, of that update, of the update of the physics, is that now it will damage the ship where it gets hit instead of being damaging the health pool. That's the point in the future. So if you ram another ship, you're not going to destroy the ship. You might disable some of their components if you hit the right spot, but it's all about that. Wait, do you mean physics? Yes. So that's the big update for 4.1. I'm gonna go through the through some of it, but it's pretty big. Yeah, they updated the collision physics. That was something that they'd been specifically talking about in the monthly reports for years. They've been talking about it. When I saw someone say, "Oh yeah, this is what we're adding," I'm like, "Fuck!" I remember them talking about this shit in the monthly reports, and I just didn't know exactly what they were doing. Now I understand the context. No, what do you mean? Ramming? So you can ram one ship into another ship. If you ran an Aurora into a Polaris, the Polaris will just go, "What the fuck just happened?" And the Aurora will take more damage. So effectively, you're no longer able to kamikaze a bigger ship just because you want to.
of Steel just had a space baby. Space Barbie.
Space Bobby, thank you so much for that 9 months of support to Symphony of Steel. You're a very important pupper, very impressed, but very pedestrian. 9 months ago, you made the worst mistake you could ever do, which is subscribe to a Twitch streamer. Now, 9 months later, our Twitch baby is born. What shall we name our space child before I abandon it because I am a terrible space father? Thank you for that 9 months of support. Yeah, but now it's coming into fruition. Well, that's the thing. It's like, basically everything that was in the monthly reports over the last couple of years seems to be coming in this year. This year, remember how everyone said this was going to be the year that they, like, now that they've got the basics in, that we're going to start seeing a flood of content? And remember how I said it's not going to be a flood right away? Don't expect, like, suddenly everything in Under the Sun is going to be added into the game, just because server meshing is done, but it'll start expanding. I'm going to dance still, because I want to dance. Outside of me bragging, how you doing, Paul? I'm doing good. Me and Meg just cleared out a squad and checkmate just now. Good job. Good job. No, honestly, that's great. I like PvP too in Star Citizen, especially it's getting better. Which is why whenever I see people complaining about PvP, like, I understand why PvPers get mad at that, because when you call them a fucking psychopath and you call them, like, you know, like, the only reason why you have content is because of PvEers, and it's like, I have engaged in PvP with, like, in non-consensual PvP, like, a handful of times, and it's almost always because some dumbass is in an AO they're not supposed to be. When I roll up with a squad and I'm like, you're a threat. I don't know who you are. I don't know where you came from. I'm going to end you so you don't deal with, I don't have to deal with you anymore. Yeah, and honestly, that's the same thing. It's like, whenever I get into a PvP, it's almost always because somebody else wanted to dance, you know? That Hornet was just a glutton for punishment. Always shoot first and ask questions later in that game until there's consequences, and there will be eventually. But, like, it's always good to just not shoot unless you have to, but people are really fucking dumb. I'm not saying Star Citizen fans or gamers. I'm just saying people in general are usually really fucking stupid and will make the wrong decisions, especially if they don't have experience with other people. I've done the same thing, you know. Welcome to Pyro. Here's a celebratory missile to the face. Hold on, let me get the right music for that. I also get to get the right attire for this. This is totally a sorry, so this is definitely a Pyro attire. This is definitely something that somebody in Pyro would wear when they greet you at the gate. Well, howdy there, buddy. Welcome to Pyro. Here's your complimentary punch to the face, courtesy of the Pyro Board of Businesses. Fuck off and die now. I mean, it's Pyro. I really want CIG to lean into that shit. They haven't yet. But I think anyone who complains, well, Pyro is dangerous. It's like, that's like trying to vacation in Mogadishu and getting mad that you got fucking kidnapped. Like, what the fuck? That's called Gangs of Pyro by Flaro and Wikipedia. Valakkar is in game. It's had multiple screenshots of people seeing it. It's just the baby's Valakkar, not the big one, but it's in game. I don't really have a complaint that Pyro is the Wild West. It's just that Stanton isn't that far off. Stanton needs to get updated. There needs to be some fixes. I'm hoping that what CIG does this year going forward after 4.1 is to really sort of, and they seem to be doing that, is to really develop the Stanton system as well as the Pyro system and to really fix the fucking like problems specifically with reputation and like the law system. There needs to be, we need to have the reputation hostility system in. That needs to be added to the game as soon as possible, because that would allow for like you wouldn't have to worry so much about outlaws or seal clubbers in Stanton because they would have a negative reputation with the UEE. So they'd have a high chance the UEE would just interdict them the moment they entered Stanton. I think the rep system that actually punishes PvP, it doesn't punish PvP, it gives consequences to PvP. Remember, punishment is stupid because it's a fucking video game, not real life. People shouldn't be punished for playing the game that CIG designed. It's definitely not like the PvP in Star Citizen is designed as part of the game. What needs to happen is the systems need to be in place to dissuade people who want to live that yar-har fiddle-dee lifestyle from hanging out in Stanton. Even if it's artificially high, like why did I jump like 5 meters and instantly got interdicted by the fucking Warhammer? That doesn't fucking matter. It's the fucking future, all right? Beams, space beams, that's how. Yes, that was a Lazy Town reference. I'm really low. I can't control what the commercials do, McPedden. I am literally maxed out on my end. This is the loudest I can get. If you've got a problem with the commercials, complain to YouTube or complain to the federal government. They won't listen to you, but you know, you can. That's an issue with the federal government, not myself. Jacaro, I want the Warhammer to be at there, because that's where the fucking Warhammer's supposed to be. Like, that should be where INS Jericho is. There should be a station. INS Jericho should be right next to the Pyro jump gate. It should be Pyro Station or a Pyro Gateway and Jericho. Like, narratively, it makes sense. Why would they build the station randomly in the middle of nowhere? It doesn't make any sense. They should build it right near the one place where you've got an active fucking pirate organization. You'd want to build a presidio, a fort, you know, a castle, some sort of a castra, whatever you want to fucking call it. It needs to be there. A defensive position needs to be in that location because that's where all the fucking pirates are coming from. Technically, Jericho is part of the Gateway Station now, but no UEE presence. Yeah, I mean, what we should see is either the Gateway Station, like, I like the Jericho assets. I don't know if they'll be able to keep them or not, because it's still like a map in Arena Commander. But they should keep that Gateway Station as a UEE presence, and there should be always the fucking Javelin there. Because A, it's cool as shit. To see the Warhammer flying over above you as you're going through the gate, like, oh, okay. All right, this is serious, you know? It doesn't make a lot of sense for Jericho to be on the Pyro side of the JP, because that means they'd have to have built it themselves, which is a lot of ask for it, but it does make sense for them to be patrolling right outside of it. Even folks, what's the good word? Bird is the good word, but there's lots of good words there. Ooh, PO would be a great AC map. I think if they took the old PO assets and made them a AC/FPS map, like a map mode, I think it would do well. Pudding is a good word? It is a good word. So is, verisimilitude. It's my new favorite word to describe gaming. Because whenever someone says immersion or realism, my instant thought is, fuck that. Nobody should want realism in video games. Even realistic video games shouldn't be realistic. What you really want is verisimilitude. All right, let's go through some of this because this is actually pretty cool. Okay, CIG got problems. I got problems right now. CIG. What's this? Why? Bad. No. Bad. Bad CIG. No. No. None of that. None of that. Bad deal, but no. The rest of this is, it's okay. Hey, the Redeemer got a skin. Mercury Star Runner. Vanguard got a skin. Fury, Archimedes, Pulse. Hey, the Mustang got one too. Neat. And you can get a Star Kitten's Pulse. Yeah. Fuck yeah. How many of these have they sold? I'm buying one, by the way. I am buying this to give away just because, fuck yeah. This is nice. These are nice. We do that outside, exactly. In-game CIG. In-game, no. Bad, no. In-game, none of this. None of this shit. Like, this is okay. Does it make a lot of sense? No, but most of these guns are, yeah, you can get them. They're just skins. Yeah, not that much of an issue. And then, you know, the racing pack, and you can just get the Star Kitten Racing, like the gear pack as well, separate from that. That's fine. This is fine. It's not good, but like, you know, we live in a world where microtransactions are a thing. Are these supposed to have special attributes? I would have been willing to pay for $14 for the Hunter's gear, but 1402 is too much. So what are the ships that they're selling specifically? Okay. Oh, they're selling the A2 and the M2 because they didn't, or the C2 because the M2 is the one that's always sold. These aren't. So someone was asking earlier if you can get them. Now you can. Hammerhead. Big winter shirt. Hazardous cargo chair. I'm not mad at this one. It's subscriber gear. This is stupid. This is fine. I don't like that it's Headhunters themed. They should have, that should be something you earn in game, but you know. They're flight suits that have backpacks. Not yet, though. We live in a society, yeah. Yeah, this is just a reskin. I don't mind that so much, because you can get it for like with the pack, if you have the if you have the like the top tier stuff. But have I understood correct that you can't fly a ship with heavy armor? You can now, but that's not the plan in the future. You won't be able to. So flight suits or light armor will be required. And so these are going to be specialized armor that you can get. I'm sure you can get these in game, but these are just, they're selling them first. Selling this stuff plus item recovery just is both unsurprising and disappointing. I can't get too mad. This stuff I don't mind that much because most of it is cosmetic, and yeah, it might have some in-game perks, but it's not like, I'm sure this is far too much money for what it's actually worth. Like this stuff, $8, there's no way that's worth $8, you know? Like you could probably get it for cheap in game. These are just cosmetic stuff. I'm not too fluffed about this stuff. I'm not too upset about this stuff just because it is what it is. And I personally am of the belief that this is the sort of thing that CIG should be selling instead of ships, because you're going to make a fuck ton more money at $11 than you are going to make at, you're going to sell more of these than you're going to sell Polarises. And these will vastly outnumber the amount of money you can make. You know, when I have flight suits in the shops, I'll buy them. Yeah, exactly. It's just a little weird that they're putting them in now without them being in game, but like they should be. You should be able to purchase a generic one in game. I just wish they were a bit more original. These are pretty original. Like this, this is. You know, new design, interesting coloring stuff. You know, new designs. It's got that kind of feel to it. The big thing is that CIG needs to allow us to make our own suits or color our own suits as we want. In game. You may not be able to make this, but you should be able to make like a pink version. In-game with in-game assets. That's the biggest issue. I think if you could craft most of this stuff in-game, then most people wouldn't have a major issue with it. Because it's just like, okay, well, just either buy it in game or craft it yourself. Buy patterns, not paints. I also agree with that, but I don't mind that with suits. Then again, if CIG is doing the skin system with the ships as well as this is the same system as Starware, then yeah. Well, supporting Star Kitten in Star Citizen equivalent of supporting Ewoks, kind of. Star Kitten is supposed to be a it's an inverse version of not Hello Kitty, actually. Hello Kitty is a reference to it. It's a reference to Hello Kitty, but the actual in-game version of Star Kitten is racing. It's Fast and the Furious, the cartoon. It's Fast and the Furious with Hello Kitty merged in space. Yeah, because the actual cartoon is about Sally, the Star Kitten, who races around with her friends in space. Yeah, it's kind of like Speed Racer. Speed Racer plus Hello Kitty, yeah. Okay, CIG needs to make that TV show display in game. Yes. What they need to do is talk to what's the company that makes Hello Kitty? I forgot their name. Well, yeah, talk to that company and do a collab with them. There's a rumor they got sued for it, which I don't remember them doing. Sanrio, yeah, Sanrio. Sanrio did fucking oh, what's the panda anime? Regretsuko. And like that is very adult in its humor. Agretzko, not Regretsuko. Agretzko, yeah. So like 100% down for. I'm sure they'd be interested in doing a collab where they did a limited animation. If CIG paid for it, like a couple of 15-minute, or 5-minute animated things, like 4 or 5 animated little shorts. I want a Doom Bear Connie paint. Yeah. Call all of those out of work Newgrounds animators. They could do that too. But I think they could definitely collab with an animation studio and have them do that for them for like a small fun thing. Okay, let me pull up. Oh God. Okay. I just saw this. I need to Okay, Escape, I'm sorry. In a concern thread, all right, Escape. This is I'm bottom of the barreling you. What is it? There we go. All right. Love you, Escape, but I'm doing this now. You're going to hunt some worms? Not tonight, but eventually. We're going to get to that. I want to talk a little bit about that. In fact, I'm going to talk a little bit about the lore that's being introduced in 4.1 because there's a fuck ton. Here we go. Yo, Paul, what's up, dude? Is it going CIG moving quick with PTU? Yes, they are. Yeah, a lot, actually. Like, okay. So, Escape, channel regular, friend of the channel, asked, so originally they were only supposed to be found on a single planet, but then last year they announced it'd be on Pyro as well. I was looking forward to traveling to Pyro with my org to hunt these legendary beasts, but now they will be in Stanton 2 and will be tied into the Hathor mining locations. I kind of understand that it makes more accessible, but come on. Paul Berserker 01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar thing to the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How you doing, Loken? By the way, do you want to hunt the worm on Friday?
You can take away my spaceship.
Spaceship.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never,
ever
take away my space game.
Jedi Chris 73 just resubscribed for 10 months.
Thank you so much, Jedi Chris, for that 10 months of support. You're a very important part, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your fault. There's your Dragonite. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. But yeah, no. I'll have to shout out for Loken. By the way, I don't know if Loken rated and run. He probably setting everything up. But Loken, for those who don't know, Space Marine 3 was announced in production today. So, yes, this is the same big worm. Well, it's baby version of that. But yeah, same worm that was on starcitizen YouTube videos back in the day. It just popped in. Worm hunting on Friday? Yeah, with Loken, probably. 4.1 is an open PTU, so everyone has access to it. And one of the things that is there is the worm. The Valakkar. The sandworm. So, Escape asked, basically, why is the lore of Valakkar changed? And first off, Escape, have you not been paying attention? I've talked about this multiple times. But the Valakkar is in 4.1 because they changed the lore a while ago. They specifically added lore this patch, but they mentioned that it's now everywhere because they created the Valakkar, which was originally just supposed to be a unique creature. They gave it a gameplay purpose. The parts of the Valakkar can be used for crafting, and like the big ones used for medicine. The smaller ones used for other things. They actually mentioned it in like the patch notes. So Escape is like, why did they change? And the answer was because they wanted to add more to the game. So they're still from Lear 3. The Valakkar is still from Lear 3, but dumbasses smuggled them out because they thought they could fucking harvest them. Like morons. So now they're everywhere. certainly Hathor, who famously gives zero shits, or gave because they're gone, zero shits about the law, just did it because they could. The first thing Burks tried to do was grab one and travel to another system. Like people do to exotic animals today. Only it would be like if like a tiger could be used to make cancer medication. So people decided they were going to make a tiger farm so that they could harvest it for cancer meds. Hathor is fucked. Hathor is basically Hurston, only with less pomp. Like, without style. They're just all of the shittiness of Hurston, none of the style of it. And also none of the slavery, but, you know, it's another thing. That's like the plot of Deep Blue Sea. I don't think I've ever seen Deep Blue Sea. I've heard about it. I saw it advertised like crazy when it was coming out, but I never saw it. The more lore CID gives, the more I realize how shitty all the corps are in the UEE. I love it. This is the reason why, like, every time I've looked at the lore of Star Citizen, I'm like, this is not a fun place to live. Like, the UE sucks. The average person gets fucked. Oh, no, I mean, there's tons. All right, so Zach Pierce gave down and put a video here, which has said, same reason why we have gray squirrels and Canadian geese in the UK. I'm not saying it was scientists, but scientists. Is this the same reason, though? Geese can fly and squirrels are somewhat cute, so surely someone decided to import some in the UK. I'm pretty sure the Valakkar can't fly. I don't think someone flew over to Lear 3, thought saw a 300-meter long thing come down, regurgitating an anvil centurion, and said to himself, holy moose, I'm gonna bring this thing home. That'll impress my neighbors and keep up with the wife kids occupied. Rookie, tell me you've never ever studied history at all. Holy fuck. Fucking fuck, dude. Like, that's literally what people do. All the fucking time. Oh, there's my camera. Don't hit. It. Fuck! Okay. There we go. Okay, scoot it over just a little bit. There we go. Well, the mic and camera dropped. Just like, I'm sorry, the rookie. Is this your first day on planet Earth? Hello, welcome to the human race. Oh, fuck. Eucalyptus is fucking awful. It's terrible. And it's all over the West Coast like a fucking cancer. Hello, I'm a human and welcome to Jackass. It's pretty clear, they've said it in game and in the lore, you can make stuff out of them. Pretty valuable stuff. When you put money and people together, they're going to do some stupid shit for that money. That'll probably get themselves or everyone around them killed. Cali is fucked over by eucalyptus. That's what I mean. Growing up in California as a Boy Scout, I hated eucalyptus. It's not native to fucking California. It's ugly as sin. They fucking chafe like crazy when they do. They're awful fucking fucking trees. Fuck you, Australia, for having them. They're just bad all around. I hate them so much, and everyone hates them. But they were imported to California because some dumbass thought he could make money off of it. What did I miss? So, Escape post was asking why the lore for the Valakkar changed, and Zach responded with basically like the same reason why we have gray squirrels and Canadian geese in the UK.
Humans are predictable in one major way. If there is something stupid to do, we will find the most idiotic way to do it.
Yes. I prefer you could lick this. We gave you cheap trees that are like napalm that explode when they go on when they get on fire, and they choke to death all of our native flora. Yeah, so the last place you want eucalyptus is in famously flammable California. You know, it'd be a great place to put eucalyptus, in a place that's damn near a desert that lights on fire every couple of years. That's part of its ecosystem to just light on fire every couple of years. The ecosystem is every couple of years. But because they don't actually light on fire every couple of years, now they just light on fire every year. So, that's just a long way of me saying, why would somebody pick up and move? Hold on, that was my wife. Why did you? That wasn't my wife. That was my cat. My cat knocked on the door. She learned how to knock on the door like my wife does. Okay, show cat. Okay. Kit, you're coming in. Kit, come in. This one learned how to freaking open the doors. Ah ha 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 ha. And now she left. And gone. She wanted it on her terms, not my terms. Whew. That's not a puma. See, we've got another black cat, Jack, and he's huge. We call him a panther because he's massive. She camera shy? No, she just doesn't like me picking her up and kind of stuff like that. Pavlov's cat, you just reward her every time she knocks. No, legitimately she does. I've learned that I have Pavloved her into behavior specifically that she knows what she needs to do in order to get away with shit. Show Jack? Nah, Jack is too big. He's a big old man now. He'd get really mad and just punch me. No joke, he's the size, he's like this big. If I held him like that, like this, his head and his tail would be off the screen. He is a big cat. He's like 21 pounds on top of that. He's so big that the doc was like, he could be 17, but 20 is fine. We think he's part Maine Coon. We call him a panther because he might be a puma. Just a really small one. He's a tuxedo. You know, bobcats aren't good pets, right? He's been pretty chill. Anywho, I just went on a big rant about, like, Rookie. I'm sorry, buddy, but, like, yes, people are that stupid. They will take ugly things and spread them all over the place because they can. Yeah, oh, he's big. He's bigger than small dogs. I'm sure Valakkar can't fly, and I think someone overflew saw 300 monster get. I'm pretty sure Valakkar can't fly. Zach, source? With enough friendly A2s, anything can fly. All right. Anything can fly with enough explosives. They'll probably make a variant of that thing that'll leap out of the ground at some point. Yeah, almost certainly. Would CIG make a flying worm? I'm sure the answer is no. I'm not sure the answer is no. The one thing that I'm enjoying about CIG's approach to creatures is that they're not just taking Earth creature and turning them into space creature. They're slowly becoming weirder and more wonderful. They're taking inspiration from Earth creatures because that's what we know, but like the Valakkar is mostly just what we know about, it's just, references to Dune and stuff like that, or to the Crate Dragon, or to the Graboids, any of those sorts of things. But like the fucking whip crab, there's no god reason why that thing exists. That thing is terrifying, and I love it. Yeah, there are mutated ones that look like it was like spitting poison and was in the is in a cave. We still need a space horse or just a horse. What happens if you put a juvenile Valakkar in a bathtub? I don't want to know. What we need is levels of difficulty. I think CIG kind of has that. You've got the Copian at the sort of small level. You've got the Stalker and there's variants, which should be, medium difficulty, about on par with a human, maybe a little bit stronger. Then you've got the whip crabs, which are like hard difficulty, and then the Valakkar, which should be extreme difficulty, and they should be built around those sorts of ideas. The Lore Zoological Preservation Society needs diversity. UK just brought beavers back from Canada. Fuck, the US paradropped wolves into was it Wyoming? We also paradropped beavers into places too. The 40s and 50s were a wild time in ecological preservation. It was the 50s, right? Might have been the 70s. Mid 20th century was a wild time in ecological preservation. We were just taking shit we had and threw it at the window. Was it Alaska? So you should go full monster hunter and let us make armor and weapons. Come here. Come here. Fun. That's the fucking plan. That's the goal. You will fight these monsters and then harvest them for resources and use them to produce goods. That's their entire purpose. That's why they called it monster hunting. Yeah, Copian horn, the little like weird mucusy phlegm thing from the Morocco, the tongue of the tundra grazer, and then the what is it from the other grazers? Is it the eggs? The Morocco pearl, yeah. Yeah, well, that would make sense. In my defense, they call us jarheads for a reason. No, it's cool. I wanted to whisper sweet nothings because it's like, I'm glad you made that reference. And it's funny that CIG is releasing Monster Hunting around the same time as Monster Hunter released its game. Elliot's super happy and psyched about that. Because the CIG break room is Mike's chat. Elliot was in Mike's chat talking with the folks there, and was mentioning that Wikelo is literally the reason why. It's literally built so that they could give rewards for missions. So that's not a UEC. They built Wikelo from the ground up as a way of creating like item-based rewards for missions. Ooh, mission rewards in a game. Whoa. It's a big deal because CIG didn't have that feature yet. Wikelo is a game mechanic, a way of life, as is appropriate with the Banu. I think it's incredibly appropriate that the first thing the first thing we get, the first time we get like an entire feature is introduced to us through a fucking Banu, and that feature is things. Do you want to get things? Come to the Banu and get things. Because that's the thing, like, I don't know if the Banu had the concept of currency before the UEE encountered them. Maybe when the Xi'an encountered them, but I don't even know if the Xi'an use currency. Wait, Banu in game? Yes! Wikelo of Wikelo Emporium. They are a Banu who run 3 different stations in the Stanton system. If you do missions for them, you can actually unlock specific armor, weapons, and ships. I think one of the rewards that you could get with Wikelo is a fucking Polaris. Wikelo? Like Piccolo? Yeah. What is his pronunciation? What is Elliot's pronunciation? Is it Wikelo, like Piccolo, or is it somewhere else? Is it something else? Like Wikelo Ultra? Or just Will Smith? And we're going to call him Wilco anyways. It's a silent W. You posted it in the Discord at one point, Del. Wikelo. Wikelo. Wikelo? Oh, yeah, like Piccolo, yeah. Here, I'll pull it up. Wikelo. Like Piccolo. Okay. Wikelo.
Hello. Okay.
It's fucking Wikelo.
Wikelo. Okay.
Okay. So it's Wikelo. So, like many things in life, like many times, Jin is right. Jin was right at the very beginning. It's Wikelo. It's fucking Wikelo. I need like someone to crop out a Banu face and replace Piccolo's face here with this. It's just fun to say. It is fun to say. Was that a Yoshi? Muffin Button. Oh, I too enjoy DBZ abridged. Oh damn, Gohan was in a fight in Suli. Do Banu even have a central government? No. Well, kind of. Sort of. It's complicated. The Protectorate. The Protectorate is the central government of the Banu, but it's kind of like all the Banu got together and were like, how do we deal with non-Banu? Like, they don't understand us. They're all fucking weird. They have these weird ideas, like preserving the past and all that shit. What the fuck are we gonna do to dealing with them? Because we can't all individually deal with them because then we're all fucked. We need to figure out something to do. And so they just got together and just decided that as a group, they were gonna all declare like different rules for how the Banu deal with outsiders. And not every Banu Suli is in the Protectorate, but if you do business with any Suli that's in the Protectorate and you don't follow the Protectorate rules, you can get absolutely fucked. So. In Banu culture, Paul is a heretic. Not really. There are plenty of Banu Suli as part of the Protectorate that are like legitimate traitors. The Banu Sulis only deal with outsiders in a specific way. It's a very loose set of rules that everyone's expected to follow. And if you break it, you can get in trouble. But it's only if you get caught. How old do you think Wikelo is? Well, if they're the head of their own Suli, then they're probably 40 to 50, roundabouts. Because Banu only live to about 60 to 70 years old. Like 60 is the typical age of a Banu. They die pretty young compared to all the other species. Oh, so the average age of a Star Citizen player. Kind of. A Banu at the age of 40 is like a human at the age of 80. Or like 70. Most Banu leave their first Sulis around the 30s, in their 30s, which is like their midlife. So it's kind of like how some of the Native American tribes gathered to Confederacy to combat/deal with the American settlers. Kind of, but it's also alien. So like they don't all, they're a cabal or a syndicate. What is it called? Oh. They got famous because illegal drug smugglers used they were called this group. Not Confederation. Confederation is too formal for them. Not syndicate. Cartel. They're a cartel, which is an economic term. They basically get together and fix prices for all Banu goods. Not even a conglomerate, because that requires them to actually be in unison. They're not even in unison. Like, every good and service that the Banu provide humans has to be vetted through very specific standards by the Protectorate. Not even like a mafia crime family. Like, there are legitimate cartels that exist. Like OPEC is a cartel. It's an oil cartel. But it would be like if the entirety of a nation, all of the corporations that were in a nation got together and decided to fix prices for all of their goods outside of their nation. What do you mean? I've been responding to YouTube. Oh, you said it earlier, Cyberwolf. You said it's a trade cartel. I didn't see that. Banu hired their own central government. I'm really yellow right now. You can change that a little bit. I sort of change my lighting, but sometimes the camera just decides to do what it wants. Yep, my camera decided to do what it wanted. There we go. Should be a little better. Not really like a mafia, because like the mafia is a central organization with a central leader. There is no central leader to the Banu. They're just a group of Suli, hundreds of thousands of millions of Suli, that get together with the Protectorate so that they can do business outside of the Banu area, Banu space. So like every Banu defender is standardized for the export market. Even though there are thousands, probably, of Banu Sulis that make Banu defenders, if you want to sell a Banu defender to a human, you have to go through the specific rigorous requirements to keep the standards for all Banu Suli at the same level. So you can't have some experimental shit in that Banu merchantman or that defender to sell to humans because it might explode in their faces. Even though it's cool and new and different, which is what the Banu always like to do, you have to use the standards that's set forth by the Protectorate. Basically, if NATO controlled the economies of its members. Oligopoly. I guess that kind of works. It's kind of like an oligopoly, but it's not done in the sense of raising, like the motivation is not profit. The motivation is standards, is to set standards for every organization. Yeah, that's a good comparison. If NATO controlled the economies of its members. It's like the EU. Like how the EU has standard rules about dealing with like specific things, but it's not a governing body in the sense of an official political body. Each body has its own independent sovereign rules, but they have standards by which all of the EU nations have to handle. It's like OPEC. Yeah, that's what I said earlier. It's OPEC. It's a cartel, because OPEC is a cartel. Did we discuss Jared mentioning he was motion capping an alien? Is he the mocap model? No, he's not. He said that another professional voice actor and person was doing the Wikelos one, like a guild, kind of. Yeah, I mean it's hard to explain. This is the reason why I'm doing a Banu video, because a Suli is a guild. If a guild was also a corporation and also a family. I love Jared being who Jared is. I love it. And I don't think Jared understands what he signed up for. Because if this works, and if I'm right, Jared's character that he plays is going to be Galnet. Anybody who plays Elite knows Galnet. He's the voice of Galnet. He's literally perfect for that role too, because he's already there. Guild clan hybrid, kinda. Yeah, that's the problem, is that and this is sort of the thing about all the alien species, is that they're intentionally designed to be foreign and not human. Even though they're bipedal and human, and a lot of people say, well, I want more crazy aliens. It's like, cool, you want to rig those? You want to make a unique rig for every alien, no matter what, and not reuse any assets? That's going to take more than $1 billion. I heard him say something about people in Stanton not regenning. Well, it was referenced actually in the loading screen for 4.02, where there is an accident where a bunch of people didn't regen for some reason. And so there's been this sort of thing going on where regen isn't working somehow in some cases. So it's likely some sort of investigation into why regen isn't working, what's going on. Because remember, regen is still basically experimental technology that we rushed into production. So we don't fully understand how it works. We just know it works. I've never played Elite Dangerous. Can you explain who that is, please, game? So Galnet is the in-game news service. So anytime a major event happens in the Elite Dangerous universe, in-game, you can go to Galnet and read about the various actions that are going on throughout the universe. So you can always be up to date to the storyline of what's going on in the Elite universe. Galnet is just the news service that goes across all of the galaxy. Hence why it's called Galnet. So SSN/CATV is sort of that stand-in. The CNN, Fox News, sort of just monolithic news agency that broadcasts. There are other agencies like Terra Gazette and those kind of things, but they're mostly print media or, reading media rather than, visual media. It was only print in the last time I played Galnet. I played Elite Dangerous. Galnet was only in print. I've heard that it's now voiced. I may be wrong on that one. I think a lot of people are going like, oh, this is how we were going to discover respawn goo. It's like in lore, we already know that respawn goo exists. This is likely less of a way of introducing respawn goo and maybe a way of introducing the players to it. Like they just have to change the formula or something. But yeah. It's voiced with recordings, can confirm. Okay. Yes, it's voiced now. Okay. But yeah, it's clear that the regen plot is going to be less very violent compared to, apparently the Frontier fighters are now Xenothreat. Not really Xenothreat, but they're taking the place of Xenothreat because they're going to attack the Invictus celebrations. So I disliked today imprinting new memories. I thought it was quantum entanglement copy. It is a quantum entanglement copy. What are you talking about? Honestly, as a military history lover, the Banu have some really interesting combat doctrines. Their combat doctrine is effectively don't fucking die. Preserve the assets at all cost and leave. The Defender is designed to defend. That's why it's called the Defender. It's designed to scare off attackers, either with excessive violence, and if that doesn't work, to drive them away, drag them away from the escorting, the convoy who are escorting to get them out, and then disengage and flee. They either kill you in seconds, or try not to kill you, but keep you engaged, so that their group can flee and then disengage and flee from you. Jared said this NPC line, I have new memories I want to imprint. It's probably nothing. It's probably a throwaway line. I wouldn't put a lot of work into that. Because it was only one-sided. It could have easily been someone going, that's not how fucking regen works, idiot. Now, you can lose recent memories if you imprint and then do not re-imprint for a long time. There is degradation. So the older your copies are, the less your memories will be reliable. It sounded like he was confused as to why he couldn't imprint in that line. I think Xenothreat is an interesting antagonist in this Pyro system, as in terms of a MacGuffin that can, or like a group that controls a major space station and major like economic power. As a group, I think we will see them become the main source after a specific event in game allows us to take Ruin Station and kind of change who's in control. It could also be because CIG knows we're watching these things and reading everything and into everything. All of those lines could have been throwaway lines that they could do. They could film specifically as red herrings to throw people off. And before anyone says, well, they wouldn't do that. They've done it twice. 3 times, actually. Do you remember the Raptor? The Origin 404? And what was Overdrive's nickname again? Hex Eliminator or something like that? Hex Impactor? Hex Penetrator, yeah. Thank you, X. How you doing, X? Speaking of X, Execute got his account back, which means the Inforunners Discord is back. The Frontier Fighters attacked Invictus and you fell for it. But everyone thought the Misk Raptor was going to be some sort of combat ship. And the story was the Raptor was originally supposed to be the April Fool's joke the year before that. But everyone was pissed. And so CIG was like, let's ease off because 318 had just happened. And CIG was like, let's not poke the bear as we've already pissed them off a lot. And so then a year later, they decided to put it in there. Maybe the Asgard is the April Fool's joke this time. It could be. But they intentionally started doing these red herrings and these jokes because they know that people are looking at them and they want to make the pipeline look like fools. Which is why, generally speaking, if we see something in the pipeline, it almost always comes out very shortly afterwards because CIG is just releasing it. We basically get like a week or 2 notice, sometimes like a day or 2 notice when it goes into the files versus when it releases. When forklift? Post 4.0 or post 1.0. Embrace Beam Citizen, brothers and sisters. Embrace it. Because Beam Citizen is what we have and will be for a long time. Praise the Beam. The Beam gives us life and taketh away life. It give us the bounty of the asteroids, the bounty of the destroyed vessels. Is that short notice an issue? Seems like they're moving faster. They're trying to move faster in general. Oh, you're talking about with 4.1? Not at all. CIG wants to release 10 different patches this year. They want to release a patch a month, basically. So the cadence is going to be super fast in comparison to previous ones. Beam the Wormbringer. More beams. Beam Citizen is a practical solution in a project lacking practical solutions. Dis not the Beam Citizen. The beam and beams are a good sci-fi trope. Everyone knows them. They're not difficult to suss out, and you can easily explain them away with lore stuff. They're visual, which is important with a visual medium to have a visual representation. They're a lot less precise. They can be a little bit more general and still function pretty well. And they're portable. You can use them for different, like the effects and all those sorts of things for different assets. You can use similar beams and certain things like tractor beams and such. They're really good overall solution to the problem of how do we create a realistic universe? Like I was saying earlier, verisimilitude. Verisimilitude is my favorite word for games because it sort of encapsulates what actually is important with video games. Video games aren't about realism. They're about verisimilitude. You believe that it's real. It's close enough that you basically fall for it being real. It's almost like real life in the universe that they've already set. Verisimilitude, I'm not, this isn't a spelling bee, but I can spell, I'll find, see if I can spell it. Verisimilitude. And its definition from Oxford Dictionary is the appearance of being true or real. It doesn't matter if it's real or not. It matters if it looks like it's real. Kingdom Come Deliverance is not realistic. As somebody who has a degree in this, 1402 Bohemia does not look like what we see in Kingdom Come Deliverance. The way they talk, the way they act, the way they move is much more modern interpretations of what 1402 Bohemia would be like. But the actors act in a way that we can understand them while also not breaking immersion in terms of becoming completely different from what you'd expect that time period to be. Well, yeah, role-playing. It's literally role-playing. No one's saying wicked sick, my lord. Yeah. But, like, the plot is very... Like, of the first game, the twist... I'm not going to ruin the twist. The twist of the first game isn't bad, but it's definitely not 1402. It's very... It kind of is. That sort of thing did happen, but it's very much a sort of a modern twist on that idea. Like, does the game feel real to you as opposed to literally being realistic? Movies aren't realistic, but they feel real. Exactly. That's why verisimilitude is a good word to use, because that's what every game searches for. Not realism, but the appearance of realism. Because if Kingdom Come Deliverance was realistic, it would be miserable. You would be absolutely miserable. What's the twist? I'm not telling you. KCD1, yes, it's released in 2018, but it's a big part of the of the second game. Back in that era, they would say something that had the impact of Wicked Sick in a sort of historical localization, which no one would understand. Yeah, a fiction from the past, kind of, but you can apply that to anything. As long as you have that buy-in, as long as you have that that immersion of like, this is the universe I'm in, then the universe has to have a verisimilitude, that it's believable to you once you've bought in. That's the key, which is the reason why aliens don't look like aliens actually would in almost any video game, because you have to identify with them. And a giant gelatinous blob that communicates through flashing colors is very realistic, but or like smells is very realistic, but it's not, or more realistic or more considered realistic by scientists who study these sorts of things, or who theorize about those sort of things. It doesn't necessarily mean you would connect with that. I think famously, Neil deGrasse Tyson said his favorite fictional alien is the Blob, from the Blob, because it's more realistic. Thanks for Italian, just started KCD1. Good game. Tip CJ, if you're playing KCD1, train like crazy. Do all of the intro missions that you can, because a lot of the like actual mechanics are hidden behind mission givers or quest givers. Like after the tutorial, after the introduction happens and you start getting access to the open world, you talk to the dude who you're with immediately afterwards, and he'll teach you how to pickpocket. Otherwise, you don't know how to pickpocket until he teaches you how. A lot of the weapons and armor stuff like the combat, a lot of basic mechanics are locked behind you going to this captain who teaches you how to fight after the introduction. So you need to go through all of those things before you can even unlock things like perfect parries. I didn't learn about that and didn't actually unlock perfect parries until I got to a point where I was just getting my ass kicked. And then I looked up and like, why am I getting my ass kicked all the time with this? And I came back and like, this dude's not actually hard. Why are you losing to him? And someone said, do you know perfect parries? I'm like, what the fuck's a perfect parry or perfect block? And so I have to go back and actually learned it from that dude, and then over prepared for the guy. And so the next time I did it, I just basically aced him instantly. I was like, oh Jesus. Appreciate you not spoiling. Yeah. Go through all the tutorial missions that it offers you. Like, can you teach me how to when you're doing dialogue? And you'll do have a much better job. Paul, not only do we want you to read for us, we want you to share details on games we may or may not play. Well, it's funny because I actually talked with my wife, who was really enjoying it when she first got it, but she was like, I bounced right off of it because the first time I got into combat, I got my ass kicked and it wasn't telling me what I was doing. And I'm like, you just run. And she was like, what do you mean? I'm like, did you sit in the town and try to fight them off? And she's like, no, with the girl. I tried to save the girl and I got my ass kicked. I'm like, you're supposed to run. It's like, oh. It's like, you're a peasant. You're not supposed to know how to fight 6 professional soldiers. She's like, but I got a sword. I'll fight him. You should still help her then run. Yeah, you can distract them and then run, but you know. All right, let's watch this and get going forward.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
That's the one problem with the Warhorse Studios does. They're really bad at tutorialization. Good game, bad tutorials.
Northern Trooper just resubscribed for 20 months. I wanted to ask on last Captain Tables pod. Should Stanton become a PvE system until we get better reputation in Bounty Hunter 2.0 in?
No, absolutely not. I wouldn't mind it if it was more PvE, but absolutely not. Thank you for that 20 months of support there. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, but very pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. It just, you'll be teaching players that, because like it would be far worse to turn off PvE in Stanton and then go to Pyro and PvE is on. People would just stay in Stanton, and then when you took that band-aid off and allowed for players to PvP, but with like more guardrails, people would be complaining even harder. You have to teach them that this is a world where you have PvP always active no matter what. There will be consequences eventually, but yeah, it's always going to be a thing. The tutorial issue reminds me of a certain unfinished game I'm playing. Oh, trust me, I am a big advocate for CIG learning how to fucking tutorialize in their game. They need a full-blown mission tutorial, hand-holdy, everyone starts the game this way. And I, personally, would love the idea of every profession having a tutorial that you go through that introduces you into how the game plays. So you have a introduction which is very generic, that allows for players to hey, Fenrir.
You can take away my spaceship.
Wait, Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 is $8? 100% that's worth it.
You can even take away
It's
my
like
space lasers.
40 to 80 hours
never,
of gameplay. For
ever
$8? Yeah.
Take away my space game.
Fenrir Firestar has subscribed.
Thank you so much there, Fenrir Firestar, for that Twitch, for that just regular subscription. You're very important, Papa, very impressive, very ambitious. This is your fault. They're drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So if the Star Citizen storyline is based off Roman history, that makes the Vanduul kind of like the Goths, yeah, or the Vandals. CIG's not clever with the names. The Xi'an, maybe the Persians. They're kind of the Persians and the Chinese together. Xi'an is literally a city in China. But yeah, they're very much Persians. And are the Banu like any none of those? Bedouin merchants. They're the Bedouin tribes. They're the Arabians. And the Tavaran are the Carthaginians or the Gauls. They're kind of both. They're Carthage, the Gauls. They're the Celts. You know, the Celts or whatever. Yeah. Karthak are the Huns, or yeah, they're the Huns or the Japanese, one of the two. We haven't seen a Huns analog yet, and that's what a lot of people are thinking is the reason why the Vanduul have been moving into human territories, because they're being pushed by another group, and you know, the Karthak would make sense. Did the Steam Spring Sale start yet? Yes, it did. It started today. The Celts are only the Celts in Boston, man. Listen, we got a problem with Boston? Hey, Paul. How are we looking on the next complete history vid? So, I had a basic version of it that was sent to me complete, like the working print of it. There were some major problems with the working print so I said, hey, you need to fix these problems first and then send it to me. So probably 40% of it needed to get redone. It's not a huge issue because it's mostly just finding replacement footage. And the people who were doing, why am I blanking on it? New Soul, who are doing a lot of the music for it. They were working on stuff for Soul Citizens specifically, so they weren't available to do the audio for it up until like a couple of weeks ago. So Stanton and safe systems should have the best PvE rewards, like Pyro. And no security system should have the best PvE rewards. Yeah, exactly. But I mean, that's a complete different thing. I dearly hope that their profession system doesn't pigeonhole as much. I don't necessarily think they need to pigeonhole, but I think giving players the option to go through these different tutorials as like intro level missions for specific groups. Like for instance, we have groups like the Rust Society. I think it's the Rust Society. The Rust Society is a group that does trading, mining, and salvage. I believe they do all three. But they're a loose association of people who are specifically designed for they're made up of older members, and those older members teach the newer members how all the tricks and tips that they've learned through their careers and were taught to them, so that when those new members become older members, they teach the new generation. So it's sort of like an organization strictly designed to pass down knowledge that was gathered over time. But it's not like a guild where it's like a close association. They're just sort of groups of like a social society that has some benefits. So a group like that would be perfect to offer tutorialized missions for each profession. It's literally their lore. Yeah, kind of like an apprentice system. So you have like a voiced over, like you don't even have your own ship. You go to this location to go to the mining tutorial, and you meet this old grizzled miner, and they're like, "Hey kid, welcome to the Rust Society. I'm going to teach. My name's blah blah blah. I'm going to teach you how to do it." The old tutorial with like Gunny, or whatever his name is, Gilly. Pyro is a resource-rich slum with missions that pay tens of thousands. Is there any place in that is Pyro's actually looks like that it could afford that? Is like some gang HQ or Kingpin office? Possibly. We just don't know. We don't know what CIG wants to do with it yet. Does Gilly wear a suit? He wears a spacesuit. But yeah, there needs to be some hand-holding missions. There needs to be some missions for players who are going to bounce off of Star Citizen hardcore so that they can learn how to do things. And CIG needs to signpost them in a way that they take a baseball bat and hit you over the head with it repeatedly, screaming, "Go to this person if you want to mine," or "Go to this person if you want to trade." And it's super slow, very lore immersive, maybe a little bit of action, but mostly just conversations teaching you how everything works over the course of an hour or so. And then you're done and you never meet that person again. And that's the same person that everybody sees. It needs to be more than a mobileglass text, yeah. They could use NPCs to keep name dropping the mission givers who do industrial loops. It doesn't have to be AI driven. It can just be, just have them talk about it. So I've pitched my idea for a starter mission for a long time. And now that we have instancing, it would work even better. The idea is when you first get into the game, you get a call. And the game tells you, hit F1 to answer the call. And you joke, and you pull up your mobile glass, you hit start, and there's a video, and the video is like, hey buddy, it's your old friend such and such. Go to the concierge, or head to the spaceport. And pick up your access codes for your brand new Aurora. It doesn't even have to be a friend. It could be like the space dealership is calling to let you know that they've left the access codes for your ship at the local spaceport. And like, thank you again for buying from RSI, or from such and such's dealership. And you can just record the same voice saying different things depending on where the system they start is. Obviously, you can't start in Pyro. And you go to a desk, and you have somebody who goes, "Oh, hey, what's going on?" And you talk to them, say, "Hey, I'm here to pick up my access codes." And they go, "Oh, right, yeah, this is you right here, right? Here are the access codes, but as per regulations, I want to ask, do you want to take the UEE pilot's license course? It's free. We got a SIM pod in the back. It'll get you started, and the UEE is offering any new pilots who take the course a bonus UEC for completing the course, so you get a little bonus for it. Would you like to do it?" yes or no. You say no. If you're already done this before, you don't need the tutorial, you're good. They just give you the codes and you're gone, and then they're done. And you say yes, you get led back to, or the door opens, they say go into the sim pod. You go to the sim pod, lock in the sim pod, and it's just a sim pod mission that's an instance in its own thing. And you're done. You do the mission, which is just pick up a box, move it around. You have some fun with it, with some robot voice that talks about things. And once you've completed it, you're done. You come back down, you land, go to a station, land, and you just do the things that you'd expect it to do. It's very, very difficult to believe that the massive debris fields on Hurston were only created with 100 years of weapons tests. They crash like stations onto them. Like, the reason why it's hard to believe is because the actual visual representation of the population of Stanton is nothing. We don't have NPCs flying around in various ships. We don't see NPC traffic. When Stanton should be New York. Everywhere you look should be ships flying around, especially around major planets. It should look incredibly busy so that when you get there, it's everywhere. Salty Mike just slapped his knee. Why, Northern? I don't know what's that? You said the answer. The cat. Never mind. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. I don't get the reference, Northern Trooper, whatever it is. The point being, with the whole tutorial thing, is that would take some work. It would require probably a lot of work, which is why it's not in yet. But that would handle a lot more. It's generic, it's repeatable, it's simple to explain, it adds a little bit of lore in there, and it doesn't ruin anybody's immersion while also building the immersion, because it's just pick up your ship. And the game can already hold your hand by giving you, by intentionally pulling up your map and giving you a directions on your map to the spaceport through your mobi-glass, and explain you can use the map on your mobi-glass to see where you are if you want to get here, but we're going to give you there. And so you could even remove it if you know how to add and remove markers and stuff like that. You can do that on your own, but it automatically gets up, shows you that, so so a noob can look in their map and go, oh, I'm going over here, I'm going over here. So it teaches them that they can set markers. It teaches them what a mobi-glass is, that you can get communications on the mobi-glass. It teaches you, where the spaceport is and how you have to go through transportation to get the spaceports. And it also teaches you how to fly and do all the things you need to. So it adds to the immersion while also allowing for players who you have to treat like idiots to give them that. But you don't want to just be you don't want to Bethesda them, where you force them to go through 30 minutes of something that's just I've already done this so many times, fuck you. Because it's still an open world. But the first place you're going to go anyways is the spaceport to get your ship. Almost everyone's going to do that. And even if you don't do that, you're going to go shopping first, but you're eventually going to go there. So having there where you go pick up your access codes to your ship and having a tutorial that you can skip, that's just a quick, hey, go talk to this person, learn how to talk to people. This is how you talk to people. And you have different options. All of these things are simple tutorializations that allows for players to understand and get grips with the stuff if they don't know what they're doing. But players who do know can just easily skip it, because once you get to that point, it's just a matter of like seconds rather than like hours. Answer the Call is Sodium Michael's call-in show, and you said answer the call. Oh, is that the joke? Press 1 to answer the call. Ah, that's the joke. I think it would be funny. It would be a funny reference. Lots of Spectrum Bobs in that Quest IRL. I like that we can skip it. I mean, that's my point. It's like you need something that's skippable, that players who already do it, you can skip it. But you're already leading them down what are they called? The golden roads? Like the golden road of teaching players how to do things. The current one they have works, and it's fine. But if you turn that into your own like instance, which is completely fuck-upable, and you can fuck up a lot and not have to go all the way back to your hab or to the regen location or whatever, but like a simulation, I think that works. And then if you do any of the profession missions, you can start with, have you set your regen, location? And if you go regen and they go, oh, right, it's pretty new. You haven't heard about it? Where have you been living? And, just here, go to this place, talk to them about regen. You go to a place, you can talk to the thing and be like, I'm supposed to be here about a regen, and they'll walk you through the process of, go to that terminal. You can imprint your regen. This will, when you die, just some quick fire, a couple of conversations, you're done, because that's how people talk to each other in real life, and it would be pretty simple. For the average starcitizen player, that would be actually learning to talk to people. Yeah. And the thing is as long as you make options where you can just go, I already know what I'm doing, fuck off, let me get to this part, you can do that. You can skip any of those parts. He just says use the terminal, then shoots you. Welcome back to the land of the living. You can add some fun quips in there. Like someone's like, well, when you die, hopefully you don't, but if you die, this will allow you to come back to life. And they're like, well, how does that work? You can get more information. You can go down that dialogue tree if you want to, or you can just go, neat, move on. What I'm saying is CIG needs to have missions, tutorialized missions, which intentionally are simple and easy for players to understand, that have low stakes, that hold your hand a lot, but are entirely skippable for players who already know what they're doing. It could also reinforce that you're not God's most special boy in Star Citizen universe. Yeah, you're just a guy or a gal. You're just a meat bag with a bunch of other meat bags in a universe that wants to crush meat bags. Anyways, I'm going to move on to watching this actual dev diary, because I've been on my soapbox like that for a while. And then we'll look at we'll do a capsule about the roadmap roundup and move on from that. What other incentives could you get from doing these tutorials? Money, reputation, gear. Cool little cosmetics, anything you can do. Like the Rust Society has armor in game. They could make a jacket that you get for doing all the tutorials for the Rust Society that has like a patch on the back that has all like beginner, rockers that go around the patch that say like beginner, salvage, mining, whatever. Give them pimp that mobile tool. Yeah, you can just give them anything. Like it'd just be a neat little thing you could do. So players could do that if they wanted to, but they don't have to. All right. Okay.
Ran into some frontier fighters.
So someone said this footage is old because it says Foundry 42. No. The reason why this says Foundry 42 was because this sticker was printed and put onto this equipment when they were called Foundry 42. This is like 7-year-old equipment they have, which makes sense. The equipment is expensive.
Ran into some frontier fighters last week. Bunch of douchebags tried to explain why I was helping the cause. Oh,
That's me.
okay, sorry.
Wasn't helpful.
You're probably wondering what I'm doing here. I mean, besides looking like Dr. Eggman. These suits are not flattering. Anyway, as part of our content-driven initiative this year, we're adding a few more tools to our in-game storytelling, because reading endless datapads is really kind of lame. And because I work cheap and say yes to a lot of things, I'll be playing a new role inside the Persistent universe. This is Dev Diary, Performance Artist. This is our performance capture stage. It's a little over 2
Almost certainly what we're seeing right here is actual footage of reshoots done for Squadron 42.
2,000 square feet with more than 50 OptiTrack cameras. We can capture up to 4 faces and 8 performers all at the same time, doing just about anything the human body can achieve. From dramatic moments like this,
Copy that. Tally's on me.
Do it.
to even the most action-filled.
Not on my ship.
I've entered the station.
It's one of the biggest, quietest, and most technologically advanced performance capture stages of its kind in all of Europe.
That's not my squadron crush. That's my husband, and you will respect that, Del.
Bit of bad luck, that. Not to worry, though.
And it's located right across the way from our Manchester office in the old Granada Studios. That famous facility where the Beatles had their very first televised performance way back in the day. Okay, not this room, but the one next to it. It's close. In addition to the big fancy stage, there are backstage areas as well, including our face scanning room where performers are tortured for about an hour into contorting their faces into every shape you can imagine, and a few you wish you hadn't.
Wait. Was that Meyer?
And a
No, it's not Meyer. I thought that might be Meyer.
few you wish you hadn't. The cast green room, where you can sit and be intimidated by some of the incredible talent that we've had over the years, as well as a number of dressing rooms normally reserved for talent. But on this day, this one is being held for me, the person that walked.
Question, why does it look like the new patch is causing problems, but was just a patch to fix with limited new stuff? Because it's not just a patch to fix, it's a patch to fix that causes problems in the back end, which they're going to fix as well. They're not just adding new stuff, they're also fixing the back end. And sometimes when you fix the back end, it breaks other things or other things go wonky. That's why it's in PTU. That's usually what happens when you have a big influx. They're trying to figure out what's going on and they fix it. There's a, what's the old saying? 99 bugs on the wall, 99 bugs on the wall, take one down, pass it around, 108 bugs on the wall. Like, sometimes you patch a bug and it creates new bugs, and that can cause more problems.
Walked in front of CR and Dave Haddock at just the right moment.
Yeah, 4.1 is completely open now.
3 weeks ago. My room has pictures of the main man, Mark Hamill, who should need no introduction to anyone watching year 12 of this show. On this day, my call was after lunch, which usually means they wanted to get the important stuff out of the way first and expect me to waste a bunch of their time because I don't really know what I'm doing. Here, I check in with everyone. I'm going to try really hard not to disappoint for the rest of the afternoon. Folks like CJ, Katie, Natalie, and Juan of the mocap crew, they're responsible for tracking the body and telling me I move like an angel. Basilios and Scott on the facial crew, and the reason that I've had to shave recently. Justin and Aaron from audio, who provide encouragement when my voice becomes just a bit too nasally. The producers, John and Eleanor, who make certain everything gets done.
John!
And the director, Dave Haddock. You know, I made this guy a star with Lore Makers back in the day, and now he big times me and will spend most of today telling me to tune things down because, well, I'm a chronic overactor. Now with the call time met it's time to start getting ready. And that begins by going to the markering room and getting fitted for a helmet. You know, I'll take the XXL melon noggin, please.
I think the sides are fine. We'll put medium there. How does it feel on the top?
Then it's off to the dressing room to squeeze myself into what Jonathan Booth, the man behind Jax McCleary himself, referred to as essentially
large black condom. Large black condom.
Yeah, I really let this go to air. Let's go get yelled at by Natalie. Next, it's back to the markering room where they tell you that you've dressed yourself poorly. Fix all of your mistakes, then attach all the tracking dots to various positions. Testing to ensure they won't move or fall off with the various movements I'll have to do in just a few minutes.
And you can relax. And that is your marker.
Fully marked.
This is the theater nerd in me. That is not just him getting into a marker suit. That suit is the suit he has to be in for probably 4, 6, 10 hours. They take breaks, using the restroom, got something to eat, but you have to be back in that suit. And that suit is usually made out of light, heavy. It's underwear. It's thermal underwear, effectively. But the exterior it's designed so it could, like, you can attach those little diodes. So it's not very comfortable. It's the heaviest light that you ever wear, yeah. If you're lucky, it's 4 hours, but they can go up to 8 or beyond. This is the reason why the Actors Guild, the voice actors from the Actors Guild, are asking for more money, because they often have to do this and they don't get paid extra to do that. So if you're spending, and if you're like, say, a main character in a video game and you're doing full-blown acting on top of your voice acting, you don't just record your audio, you also have to do physical actions on the stage, effectively, and you may have to do it multiple times in multiple takes. You're an actor at that point. And you may have to do, if there's 150 hours of gameplay, you may have to do close to that amount of acting in a suit like that. It's fucking intense. And if you're being paid voice actor rates to do that, kind of sucks.
We now return to the stage where it's time to fit and adjust our helmet and camera setup. Here,
so voice actors aren't asking for much. They're just asking to be paid for the work they're doing.
Discussing the fact that I broke my neck over 25 years ago, and it's left me with a tendency to bob and nod unnecessarily when talking. So we're gonna have to tighten this thing to insane levels to keep the expensive camera from flying all over the place. Now, it's time to do the range of motion checks, in which I get to demonstrate my utter lack of flexibility and complete inability to tell my left from my right in front of everyone to see. It's an important step in humbling the chosen performer before they get to all that acting stuff in just a few minutes. I would later learn that it's also necessary for technical calibration or whatever. They tried to explain it to me, but in this moment, I was completely convinced that this was a shame-based hazing ritual and plotting my revenge on everyone in attendance. Finally, it's time to get a bunch of dots put on my face, which I'm absolutely certain in this moment I will forget to wash off my face before returning to my desk later today. Now that I've been fully prepped for work, it's time to set up the scene. In today's shoot, I'll be playing an SSN newsflash anchor named James Harriman.
This is James Harriman with an SSN newsflash.
The brief I was given is that 900 years in the future, these are low attention span vignettes of under a minute that are hosted by a news pro that does not get excitable or include his personal opinions in his reading of the facts. Basically, short and with as little of himself as possible. I have no idea why they came to me for this.
Because, Jared, eventually he's going to have personality, because every news anchor eventually does.
And it's possible I'm being punked right now. But I'm gonna try really hard not to let anyone down.
Shocking news out of the Stanton system with the recent attacks by frontier fighters on the Invictus celebrations.
And in addition to news about the ongoing threat of the frontier fighters, I'm also doing reports about a new threat to all human life in the verse that begins to rear its head in the upcoming Alpha 4.1 with the start of this year's B story, concerning a suspected failure of Regen technologies, which we'll learn more about in just a couple of weeks.
The UEE Senate has put out a call for resources to help fund the scientific research needed to overcome the Regen crisis.
And while I'm here, they've also asked me to do some minor, mocap-only business for a Squadron 42 newscaster, shuffling some data pads around with my hands. That's Adam. Adam is here asking me if I've ever used my hands to move things before. Not really, Adam. I'm very, very good at all of this. Then lastly, I'm doing a few more pickups for random NPCs you'll find in the Stanton and Pyro systems related to these ongoing narratives.
Are you sure I can't do an imprint today? I have a really important memory I just made and I don't want to lose it.
Would you believe I...
So people got mad about that. I can explain this. Again, this is already in the lore. The longer you have between imprints, the more degradation your memories can become. There's in fact an entire story that was written about, I think it was a woman who wakes up from Regen and doesn't remember anything because it'd been so long since they had a Regen, since they had an imprint, that a lot of their recent memories were gone. It was a mystery about how they died, who killed them, and all that sort of thing. It was all about her putting her memories back together. So we already know that, like, the longer you go. So what Jared is probably acting is a panicked person who, you think of like a hypochondriac, who wants to imprint now because they are worried they might lose that if they don't imprint right away. So, you know, yeah, time to make a fresh game save kind of thing. Like he's trying to save scum his memories.
I used to be the darling of the community theater scene.
Getting a little tired of these frontier fighters. I would have been on their side if they didn't go and start attacking innocent people to prove their point. Now, they're just another bunch of assholes.
Ultimately, these newscasts and NPC encounters are just some of the ways we're working to improve the storytelling of our persistent universe, including a real actor bringing another brand new character to the verse. But you'll meet him and his species soon enough.
I really want to know who's the actor for Wikelo. It's pretty cool.
And all of this is just one small aspect of the work being done to improve our sense of character and narrative storytelling in the persistent universe. And like the ongoing bug fixes, stability improvements, and overall quality of life changes being made by our fantastic programmers and engineers right now, these updates will roll out in releases throughout the remainder of this year. So for Inside Star Citizen, I'm Jared Huckabee. Thanks for letting us share the people and process of game development with you, and we'll see you all here in 2 weeks with a look at the upcoming Alpha 4.1.
Yeah, he did lose weight. I'm also in that process. I overate today because I was celebrating, but like I'm now down to 283. A little over a year ago, I was 330. So I've lost almost 50 pounds. My lowest I was 281 right when I went back to school. And I've been hovering around that rate of like between 290 and, close to 300 all the way down. I've been up and down a little bit. But I've gotten back on track and I've gotten down back to 283. So yeah, my goal is to get 230. I'm pretty tall. I'm 6 foot. So, and I'm like built. Anyone who's met me in person in chat knows I'm kind of big in general. So like, I don't want to get to what a lot of places say online. I should be about 200 pounds based off of my height and weight. But I'm like, yeah, probably more like 215. But yeah. He'd be big. Yeah. You're an endomorph body type. Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. Time to start. My goal is to get to about 260. I've been doing a little bit of weightlifting and stuff like that, but my goal is to get to about 260 and then take a look at my diet and start doing the whole like, I'm already doing diet, but my diet is keto. So calorie in, calorie out. My plan is to get to where I'm going to get in the future, and then like where I'm going to get in like 260 or something like that, and then start looking at, because I know it's like scheduling and stuff like that. Oh, hey, escape.
Escap, super chatted $4.99. What if we could see Doug Jones, Pan's Labyrinth, ACTING as an alien? Which would be best?
Doug Jones would be the perfect Banu, but Doug Jones already played a Banu. Doug Jones played the Banu in the Star Trek that everyone forgets exists, Discovery. Does no one remember that he was like the first, the like second in command of the Discovery? That actor or that character he plays is basically a Banu in terms of it's like that kind of stuff. Saru, yeah. I mean, Banu are not like his species, but if you look at him, let me find up a picture of him so you can. If you look at what Saru looks like, you kind of get the gist. That, you know, sort of the facial features are similar, that kind of thing. Longer hands. Saru or Saru. He's very good. It's Doug Jones, man. Doug Jones is like a fucking really good actor. Let me pull up a Banu so I can give you context. Damn it. There we go. Kind of similar sort of, the crenulations are a little bit higher on the head of the Banu, but yeah. It helps that Doug Jones has really unusual proportions, and he's like a classically trained actor. Like, yeah, he gets a lot of monster roles because he's big, but like he has a pretty big career of being an actor before he got into all these kind of crazy monster roles. Who could do Tavarin? Considering the Tavarin are like a super warrior species, but they're also sort of like criminals. They're sort of like honorable criminals. Thinking like an actor who'd play them. They're about the same size as humans, maybe a little shorter than humans. You'd want someone who's pretty light, because they're pretty thin in terms of their body shapes. I don't know. Anyone who does a good elf would do a good Tavarin. Cumberbatch, maybe. Maybe some of the what's their names? Big family of actors. One of them is the like one of the main resistance leaders in the father is plays like the main resistance leaders in Andor. Norwegian, I want to say, maybe Danish. Yeah, the guy who plays it, that family. They all have the same last name, and I can't remember it. The Skarsgårds, yeah, the Skarsgårds. Skarsgårds. Yeah, the Skarsgårds could play that. I think the Skarsgårds would be good for that. He's pretty lanky and tall. Yeah, but not all of them are super tall. Like a lot of that family are that. But you want something that's lanky. Someone who's short but lanky. Tavarans are like Hondo? Hondo? Which Hondo? What are you talking about? Hondo Onaka? Oh, yeah. Yeah. Those would be good references. That'd be a good reference. I mean, there might be buff Tavaran, like Tavaran don't have to be. Troy. Thank you so much for that raid there. Active-E, how you doing? Welcome over from Active-E Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shell, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? Much love, have a great stream. Welcome to my office hours. This is a Yak stream where we talk about Star Citizen. We're kind of discussing some things, like for instance, there's a Banu in game in 4.1, the first Banu, first sapient alien species that we know exist in the Star Citizen universe. We know there's multiple, but this is the first one that's actually in game. So we're talking about who could mocap for the Tavaran, which is another species that's in there. And I was thinking about it. I'm like, just find some people from North Africa. Find some actors from like who hail from like Tunisia or I'm trying to think of the other Algeria, Libya. You know, those sorts of regions, because I think those the Tavaran are supposed to be the Carthaginians, and that's basically what the Carthaginians were. So if you could find people in that general regions, Egyptians, they would work with this. How are proportionally humans? Almost exactly the same as humans, because Tavaran actively serve in the military. So all of the equipment that humans use, Tavaran use. They're basically like really skinny humans, but they look like birds. Like they're supposed to be the Carthaginians. I think getting people from that region of the world to play ethnic Carthaginians effectively would work. Jordan employ Asian/Japanese actors like ScarJo. God. Danny DeVito as Kurthok, or Vandul High Overlord, or Strongest Clan, the Strongest Clan. I'm Token.
I'm Token 23 just gifted 5 subs.
You're gonna give those 5 subs there. I'm token. You're very important pubbers, very impressive business, very meaty pedestrians. Y'all rock, shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Zauli dance. Did you go with an American Indian thing for Tavarin? Tragic conquered native warrior race and so forth? Yeah, definitely. I don't know if you're gonna find many native actors in London. You might, but they're kind of the stand-in for conquered peoples of imperial, like an imperial conquered people. So they're sort of a stand-in. They're directly the Carthaginians, but they're a stand-in for Carthaginians, the Celts, the native inhabitants of North and South America, the tribal peoples of Eastern Russia, the Siberia area. They're sort of just that victim of imperial conquest sort of thing. Narratively speaking, I'm saying, is where they kind of fit in there, because they're heavily prejudiced against in the entirety of the UEE. An angry Scottish man might go, well, yeah, I could see that. Someone Irishman would work. I think you'd have to go with a different accent than they already have. Though it'd be really funny to hear a Tavarin with an Irish accent, like a straight up Dublin accent. A very angry New Yorker. Welsh would be a fun one. Because Welsh is already so fucking alien as a language, even compared to other like, I want to say they're like Gaelic in origin, similar to Irish, but it's just when you look at it written out in fucking Roman like letters, it's like, what the fuck is this language? You could get away with saying that. Yeah, because you live near there. I don't. Yes, related to Irish, sort of. Nothing like English. Oh no, English is a completely foreign tongue to the island. It's German. We need a race of space hillbillies like 30% Teddy K by pop. I just don't want them to go, all of the aliens sound vaguely Asian. Like the vague East Asian, Southeast Asian, sort of traditional stereotype. Because they kind of are doing that with the Banu, and it's kind of like, I don't like that so much. You're from Northern England. We have dibs on the customer support lines in the verse. I think just getting the accent to be more Arabian would make sense, or like West African. That sort of it has that clip already, but there's a lot more of a clip to those languages. Like almost like a Arabic accent, I think would work, because that's their inspiration were the Bedouin merchants. So La Paz would crush it, or Lee Pace. Who's Lee Pace? Like I said, Bad guy from Guardians in the Galaxy. He played Robin. Ronan. Okay.
Hi, Mubi. I'm Lee Pace. I play Roy Walker and the Masked Bandit. Because it was just so like, it was original. It was singular in its way. Here's an actor I find like incredibly inspiring
This
right
guy?
now, Franz Rogowski. I find him so enigmatic. I could just watch the scenes he does again and again and again.
Oh, he's good in Foundation. Huh. He's a good actor. It actually would kind of make sense for Tavaran to have human accents. Because you also got to remember the Tavaran have been part of human society for 400 years. So they've been in and around humanity for 400 years, and they've been explicitly incorporated into humanity for almost 200 years. So the majority of Tavaran grew up around humans. So they would have whatever regional accent that the humans would. So they might sound like a lot of people from Stanton sound like they're from Northern England. They might sound like Northern English. There should just be an accent specifically for Tavaran, because that would also be a great way of differentiating UEE Tavaran from outside UEE Tavaran. The Toy Story is really fucked up. Appreciate them going there. All right, this is where I get on my soapbox, because I still need to make this video. But the Star Citizen universe is terrifying. It is a dystopian nightmare. And the reason why you don't think it's a dystopian nightmare is because you haven't been introduced to the dystopian nightmare. Warhammer 3K, yeah. Let me explain to you the basics. The average person who lives in the UEE, average person, will never leave their homeworld. They may never leave their city. Hell, they may never even leave their block. Most people who are born on a planet will go to school, usually within the local area that they live, because often schools, which they call the, what do they call it? The equivalency. They do their equivalency at home. If they're lucky, they go to a school, but the schools are overcrowded in most places. So you're likely homeschooled through the Mobiglass or through other things that are given to you by the UEE. And once you've done that, you'll likely work in a local area, factory, or whatever. It's probably not fun work. It's probably very hard work, and you're being paid very little for what you're doing. Now, you do have a lot of protections, but you don't have universal health care. You don't have any guaranteed, like, you get off of work, you're fucked. Don't get fucking convicted of anything, because if you go to jail and do a crime, you're never going to work again. And it's likely that crime is pretty prevalent in your area. So you're going to be born into an area that you're going to work in and die in, rarely ever leaving, because you don't have enough money to afford to leave. There is a way to get out, but the way to get out is to join the military. And remember, the military is actively fighting a war against a 9-foot tall alien species that likes to throw away weapons and instead charge you and stab you to death. The other way to get out is to join a criminal syndicate. And we know where criminal syndicates live. Pyro, places like it. Not exactly the lap of luxury. My theory as to why everything kind of sucks is because most of the people who are in Pyro, that's what they're used to. That's their home. They grew up around garbage. Garbage is just how they live.
Hey, a tip.
SCAP, super chatted $4.99. Teacher, I am unable to pick up my data pad off of the floor.
To the jails with him. And like, this is the average life. You don't have health insurance. You get hurt. You pay for it. And you losing an arm is pretty common. You also, unless you have no voting rights, you can't vote for shit unless you go join the military. It's the easiest way to do it. And even if you join the military and survive your term of duty in the military, you aren't guaranteed citizenship. You still have to go before a board and prove that you have went above and beyond the call of duty to earn your citizenship. So you could serve in the military and never get citizenship. And many jobs are gated by citizenship. They won't hire certain people in certain fields unless you're a citizen. Like the reason why why Hurston has so many people who want to work for them is because it's better to work for Hurston than it is to live the life they were living. Let me repeat that. Hurston is an upgrade for many people's lives. Because you get free healthcare and guaranteed place to sleep. The vast majority of people who live in the UEE aren't citizens. They live in shitty conditions, a shitty life. They work short lives. Corporations probably control much of what they do because those are the only people who give a shit about most of these places because they're often remote and the only thing they have is content.
Hey, a tip.
Cano, super chatted $2. Sue, anyone up for joining Terra?
Oh, Canonless. I'm not even, wait till I get to Terra. It gets worse. So, that's the majority of UE. The places that are the best places to live, Earth, Terra, Centauri, like Saisei, Green, these places, Orison. If you're lucky to be born there, you have a little bit better lifestyle. But you're still under the boot of corporations.
You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Thank you so much for becoming a member on YouTube, Ultra VIP member there. Chris, you're very important, but very impressive. Mr. Rainy Pedestrian, you rock. Shots and cheers in chat. Y'all shots and cheers. Oh, I'm not done yet, chat. You're still a slave to the corporations because the reason why Terra is better is because the corporations are less shitty, but they're still run by corporations. They're basically an oligarchy on Terra too. It's just they don't actively want to fuck over your rights because they want your loyalty. Because they know if they fuck you over, you'll just be loyal to whoever pays you the more. So they'll pay you more. It's a gilded dystopia in Terra rather than a like rough dystopia. And As always, in the real, like just similar to real world, a lot of the politics of the universe are simply large corporations or powerful groups of people who are trying to combat each other for power, and they're dragging everybody else into those conflicts. Now, we also had better advancement recently, better medical technologies, more affordable things. Fantastic. Then we have the Regen technology, this wonderful technology that allows you to come back from the fucking dead. Amazing, world-changing. Here's the problem. You remember how you died. You, personally, will remember every moment of that feel. You know how they say, painless death? Because you don't remember it because you're dead. You remember it. You remember that bullet ripping through your brain and out your eyeball. You remember bleeding out slowly and then until it becomes blackness. You remember all of it. And your brain can't handle it. It's literally called trauma echoes. That's the thing that will slowly kill you. Because your brain rejects the idea that you're not dead. You literally die from your brain rejecting that you have been able to come back so long. No, I'm built different. I'm too stupid to remember. So, like, life sort of sucks in the UAE. Now, just like any civilization and any society, there are levels. There's a lower class, which is the vast majority of the UAE, and then there's a middle class, and then there's an upper class. Players are middle class. Mostly you're lower to upper middle class. None of you are rich. So you're in this unique portion and strata of society where you have enough money and resources to be able to make the most out of what's offered in the UAE, but not enough that you're actively affecting political or military or economic outcomes. But if you band together, you are stronger than any one organization. That is fantastic background for a game. Star Citizen is a dystopia, and that's good for the game, because the game needs it to be a dystopia so that there's reasons why people do stupid shit, why these things exist. I'm a temporarily embarrassed future millionaire, not middle class. So the dystopia will get worse because the players. Do you see how many people want us to support Xenothreat? Worse, I see how many people support CFP. Headhunters are cannibals. We don't know specifically if they're cannibals. They may dine on people's bodies, but I don't think they do it exclusively. They're just violent. At least Star Citizen doesn't have servitors. Yet. Why is CFP so bad? I thought they wanted a better life in Pyro. Here's the thing. No faction in Star Citizen is designed to be perfect. No faction is supposed to be the good guys or the bad guys. every faction in Star Citizen is shades of gray. Some are more altruistic than others, but altruistic are stupid, naive. And some are more like fucked up, but they're not like fucked up for without a reason. Frontier fighters are fucked up, but there's a reason behind it. CFP is altruistic, but are they? Their headquarters is Lorville. I'm not joking. Their headquarters is in Lorville on Hurston. Why is this altruistic organization that just wants to make sure that Pyro is better headquartered on Hurston in Lorville, probably in the Central Business District? Because the founder was a Hurston Dynamics accountant. They're corpos. The CFP are corpos. There is in their mission statement, they want to make Pyro not better for everyone. They want to make it better. The way that they want to make it better for everyone is by making it safe for corporations to exploit the resources there. They want to make it safe so that they can sell it to corporations. This is the equivalent of helping out local farmers just enough so that Monsanto comes in and buys them all cheap. Do I think that the people who run CFP believe in their mission? 1,000%, 100%. They're diehard believers in the cause. They think they're doing better. They're doing fine. But no one does anything. And there's no such thing as a free lunch. There's always a motivation behind why they're getting money, why they're being supported. And it isn't just because people want peaceful pyro. It's not that we want peaceful pyro, guys. We just will, guys. We just want real peace. No, it's because the corporations have a vested interest in exploiting the resources there. Talk to me about the headhunters. The headhunters have been around for 300 years. 2604 was when they first showed up in Pyro. They're a smuggling organization. That's what they got started at. And during the Wars of the Prophet, where the entirety of the Pyro system ripped itself apart because of the god of Pyro, everyone claiming that they had the right to rule Ruin Station, so everyone decided to fucking stab each other in the face. They stayed out of it and slowly built up their power. So by the time everyone was exhausted, they just walked in, kicked everyone over, and said, "We're in charge now." So they've been in Pyro for a very long time, controlling it, running it, mostly as a kind of a way station for illicit goods in and out of the system. So if you wanted to get something that was illicit, you would go through them. Like, we're talking the height of the Mezzer era. So we're not just talking about like illegal guns and booze or, like drugs. We're talking about like guns that would be going towards resistance leaders to help them fight the Mezzers. Literally people smuggled out, like political opposition smuggled out of the UEE. Would they get paid? Yes, they would get paid, but they were still doing the jobs. We're not talking about just people who are sitting there mustache twirling about and eating like fucking people's livers. Like they made a business. It's the job. Then another group called the Drop Kings showed up. They had a big fight over stuff, and eventually the Drop Kings lost. Then Xenothreat showed up, punched the headhunters in the face, and took over a bunch of stuff. But yeah, they're the old power. They've been around for a long time in the Pyro system. They're the oldest surviving, next to the Fire Rats. They're probably larger than the Fire Rats. So, like, you could think of the headhunters as just, are they violent? Yes. Are they completely the antithesis of everything the UE has? Yes. Are they generally bad people? Yeah. They wouldn't tell you they're good people. They're just there. But they're also like the dominant culture of the region. Sort of like their own kind of mini nation. They even have their own leaders that they have, that kind of stuff. They're not omnicidal. Like there's a reason why they do things. They have definitely fallen apart recently, which is the reason why the Rough and Ready exists, because Rook was a leader of the headhunters who wanted to say, listen, we're fucking failing right now. We need to like get a business mindset. We need to fix this up and start taking this seriously. And they did. But the headhunters didn't. The leaders said no. So Rook took a bunch of headhunters and stole all the stations and created Rough and Ready. So headhunter locations have bones on plates. Yeah, possibly. Do you root for the fire rats? Of course I root for the fire rats. Let your sins burn clean, brothers and sisters. Hail the sun. Let it take your sins away from you. Like, I am much more sympathetic to the headhunters than I am for any other group. Once they have the pyro rats in, the fire rats in, fuck the headhunters. The fire rats are the fucking business. Do you hear the voices too? No, do you hear the whispers of the prophet? Plus, yeah, people also mention like the overlords, who are Power Rangers. They're just Power Rangers. They're a group of vigilantes who are like the frontier fighters, only they're much tighter. There's like six or eight of them. There's 9 of them. There's 9 of them, but they're also incredibly good at what they do, and they're dedicated to just murdering everybody in Pyro. They just kill everyone. Custodies, yeah. There's actually a theory that they're actually a special forces marine organization that are under deep cover. Those are like the A-Team. They're Power Rangers. They're a Sentai team. They're a Super Sentai team in space. Without the, like, you know, gigantic robots, sadly. Power Rangers mixed with the Punisher. Yeah, the Power Rangers if they were the Punisher.
Them biddies.
I can feel the warp or the Satan no wait. The prophet overtaking me. It is a good pain.
Yeah, that's the joke for those of you who are 40K fans. My theory is that the Pyro star is actually a Satan, and and Pyro 2 Monox is actually a tomb world. Because I've joked for a long time that Star Citizen is just the early days of the golden age of humanity. Do the fire rats go door to door spreading the word? Yes, they do. I love my Aegis combat system machine spirit. Wrong one. Star Citizen is the Destiny world before the Traveler showed up. Star Citizen is the Destiny world if the Traveler never showed up. I'm gonna go get something to drink and then we'll do a capsule. We're just gonna do the roadmap roundup. Then I'll call it a night. I forgot to turn on the freaking... That's why everyone was confused. I am such a moron. I thought I changed the title. I didn't. I set 0 to hero. I feel like an idiot. No one told me the title was wrong. I didn't know. It's right on YouTube. It's just not right on Twitch. I'm a regular Twitch viewer. I don't read titles. Yeah. I am a professional streamer. Yes. In my defense, today was the last day of school before spring break. So spring break started at 5 p.m. today for me. So I don't have to go back to work until March 25th. Oh, thank you, TK. I will be doing some Zero to Hero runs this week, though. I'm going to do an extended stream on Wednesday where I get up super early in the morning and do some Zero to Hero stuff. Yeah, spring break, yeah. One of the perks of being a teacher. We don't get, contrary to popular belief, we don't actually get a lot of time off. Like every time the kids get days off, we don't necessarily get days off. The only exceptions are we get a week for spring break, and then we get the holiday, usually 2 or so weeks in the holiday, and of course summer. But most of us go back to work at the end of July. So kids don't go back to work or go back to school until like usually mid-August or late August. So we get about maybe just under 3 months off, which is neat. Really good. Hire hot substitute. You can't have a hot sub or a hot teacher. What? I am a hot teacher. What are you talking about? Have you seen this? Fish love me. Women fear me. Wow, y'all get a big spring breaks. For us up here, it was like a long weekend. On the other hand, Easter break would be longer because of the harsh climate. Often people take Easter vacations to warmer places. Yeah, like to give you context, my school doesn't end, or my district doesn't end school until practically the beginning of June. So I have like I have June and July off, which is neat. But around like the first week of August is when I have to go back. And usually within that first, like the second week or the third week of August is there. So like this year, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, about 9 weeks of summer vacation, which again, I'm not going to shoot at. Texas decided for some unconscionable reason to extend our school year further into summer. Yeah, most graduations happen at the end of May or early June, which is kind of like deciding that you're going to have a wedding on the surface of the sun. Thank you, Mendaluk. The school ends when the air starts on fire. This is Texas. An Aberdeen wedding. Like, no joke. It's also contentious because my district grumbles because they have to pay for AC. Like, they're mad that they have to pay for air conditioning in the schools because it's so expensive to run air conditioning because we go until, like, June. Yes. Yes. They turn off the AC at about 5:30 p.m. They don't turn it on until 7:30 a.m. Hell, sometimes in the summer they turn the power off. Like, so if they want to be super cheap, they'll start turning the power off to the buildings for 6-7 hours. Yeah, this is while janitors are still in the building, still doing janitorial work. You guys have school breaks? My school gets mad for if I'm an hour away from campus. Yeah, we don't get a lot in terms of like throughout the year, but we do get solid breaks, which is nice. All right, I'm gonna get some water and then we're gonna get started. Oh, they get mad about it, but then whenever the parents or the unions or the community goes to the district and goes, "We live in Texas, install solar panels," they're like, "That's too expensive." It's like, but it'll save you money. What the fuck? We live in Texas. Yeah, literally, Elon not just lives in Texas, he lives like near where our district like covers, probably in our district. To give you context, we get our district gets free computers from Dell Computers because this is where Dell lives.
Distress bacon.
Hello, I like money.
Good news, everyone.
I love democracy.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Give me a moment, yo.
Genesis. Barcelona! Barcelona!
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Barcelona! Barcelona!
Turning it off. Actually, I need to get up and move around a little more. I'll let it turn on a little more. Shouldn't have gotten up.
Complete. Burrito I eat. There you go.
I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
Genesis! Barcelona! Barcelona! Genesis!
Stand by for Titanfall.
Genesis! Genesis! Barcelona! 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 Barcelona!
Now I'm turning it off. I think I removed freedom because it kept getting fucking tagged. It's been long since you had 0 cooldown. No, there's a queue now though. So if you have okay. I don't know if... Okay, yeah, Starlink. I was thinking about Elon Musk and his stuff. We also have Google Fiber. We've had Google Fiber here for a long time. Like, Austin's filled with companies and other things that could do good work, and they often do, but it's complicated. Oh, what the fuck is happening? So, Rocco Pete, I forgot. We got a bunch of new people who may not used to that. What happens is when I get up to move around,
Hey, a tip.
Cano, super chatted $5. Did you catch the voice line in SC Live about FF attacking Invictus? I think it was in the end credits. Could be lit love.
Could, yeah. Unless it was a red herring they intentionally did so that they could get us to think about something else, but we'll see. I think it's possible that we've talked about the idea of having like Xenothreat attack Invictus before. But yeah, so I have these voiceover sound effects for these sound alerts, which were supposed to be kind of fun little thing to use your Twitch points on, and I'm gonna have to start using the one that's actually paid for bits. I'm gonna have to start taking the ones that everyone uses and put them in bits. Not all of them, but definitely some of them. I got bills to pay, Victoria. God knows attacking a ship week / Invictus event is a favorite sci-fi trope. Yep. Defeated by capitalism again. We live in a society. Wait, doesn't the Perseus line up with Invictus? It might. We think, possibly, maybe. We hope. So, basically, when it happens, Rocco, just mute the stream until I come back, and then I've muted it now, so they can't return them. So. That's what YouTube does usually. Quick, what if you billionaires donate thousands of bits so everyone can continue the chaos? Defense Con Ironclad? Maybe. I mean, if CIG is absolutely insane, I could see them doing both the Perseus and the Ironclad in the same event. That would be bonkers. And definitely not, I wouldn't think CIG's above that. But typically, these events, they have a concept ship, a small, a medium, and a large ship. Sometimes it's just a small ship or a medium ship and a large ship, but usually there's a large ship, two to three ships that are directly to release, and then one concept ship. So like you might have a small ship released, a medium ship concept, and a large ship release, or a small ship concept, medium ship release, and a large ship release. It's usually that sort of cadence where they try to strike. So it would be very unusual for CIG to release two large ships at the same time, because I think generally CIG worries about them cannibalizing themselves. Though because the Ironclad and the Perseus are completely different roles, I could see them using that, but yeah. Everyone's saying remote turrets are now slave to the pilot in all ships. They have them in 4.1. Is that true? No. No, it's not. There's a number of ships that have now have or have more guns slaved to the pilot, but not all of them do. The Carrack, for instance, has its top turret slaved to the pilot when nobody is using the top turret. Thoughts on the narrative for the newest patch? What, supplier die? Or the Hathor missions? Hathor missions seem fine. It's more on the line of what CIG likes to do with sort of things. It's sort of like a self-encapsulated mission design, which is fine. Okay, as typical, the Star Citizen fan base heard that some big ships were getting pilot-accessed guns, and people lost their fucking minds without actually looking into the details. The A1, the Carrack, the Valk, and the Corsair. Yes. The A1, or the Valk has the two side guns, which are operated by gunners, the two, like, size 2s. When no gunners are in there, they're operated by the Valk. Not the turrets, the two remote turrets. So basically, anything that is a remote turret can be accessed by the pilot in those ships. So like the A1's guns can be accurate. I think it's like the forward-facing guns. The two inside and the front ones, yeah. The front ones were always, for the Valk, were always there. The ones the pilot always had access to front guns. They just didn't have the wing guns. So the Zeus as well. I don't know if the Zeus does. I know specifically it's someone listed it here. The A1, the Carrack, the Valk, and the Corsair. Or the A2 again, not the A1. Raft 2, yeah. The Reclaimer as well. Now, I have a theory on this, which is CIG is doing this now as sort of a temporary solution, or it's part of the longer solutions, but we also require things like engineering to really balance it out. I don't even think it's a test for blades. It's just, if you look at most of those ships, almost all of those ships are non-combat ships except for the Valk. And the Valk is sort of a support combat ship. So they're trying to either give the pilot some guns in the sense of the Corsair and I think the Retaliator, not the Corsair, the Carrack and the Redeemer, or not the Redeemer. Too many R's. Reclaimer. I think those two, and not A1, it's A2. The A2 is in the same sort of vein as the Valk, in the sense that it's sort of a combat support ship. And the M2, yeah, they're all combat support ships. So it makes sense they have a little bit more firepower. But if you remember that the M2s and the A2s have multiple turrets, which are remote turrets controlled by a single operator. Like there's usually just one person who controls, like maybe two people control like 3 or 4 turrets. So having some of those turrets be instead under the control of the pilot when nobody's on there kind of makes sense. I don't know if the Tally has one. If I remember correctly, most of the ships I saw were not direct combat ships. So they tried to stay away from ships that were already super powerful, like the Gladiator, for instance. Yeah, the M2 and the A2's chin turrets are the only ones that get slaved when there's nobody in there. It's mostly the forward-facing firepower. The A2 has a lot of turrets, more turrets than the M2, but again, I think it's only the chin turret that's actually there. Most of it is like a single turret, or it's usually around 2 guns that they give, 2 additional guns they give to the pilot for any ship. So again, my thought is it's designed to give support ships and not direct combat ships a little bit more firepower if they're being flown solo, to kind of deal with some of those problems, like, for instance, the Corsair, the co-pilot should be firing the back fucking guns, not the front guns. Because the pilot should have always had access to those guns, and the co-pilot should be the back gunner or the engineer. All the ships that they got had remote turrets, not manned turrets. Yeah. These were all remote turrets, which are now slaved to those ships, and they're almost all non-combat ships. Yeah, they're not physical seats, they're just remote turrets. Which, for those who don't know, blades are not to be used specifically with remote turrets. Most blades are supposed to be used for taking manned turrets and turning them into remote turrets. That's sort of the purpose of the AI blades that control turrets. They're supposed to be sort of like our AI player, like AI characters, only like NPC crewmen, but AI, individual module. Is the Reliant still goofy? Is water, well, I was gonna say is water wet, but water isn't wet. Does the Pope shit in the woods? That's a multiple reference there. Where are my GTA fans at? I think they said server blades wouldn't be used on manned turrets. No, they're supposed to be used on manned turrets. Like, you're supposed to be able to slave the hammerhead turrets, for instance. But they're not slaved. They're not connected to the pilot. They're independent AI. So you would still tell the turrets to shoot at a location. It would just, you wouldn't be pointing the guns. Another source would be pointing the guns. For those who don't know the joke, it's an old confusion of statements, because, you know, the old joke is when you say, "Are you serious?" You say, "Is the Pope Catholic?" If your answer is yes, it's like, no shit, Sherlock kind of thing. Or does a bear shit in the woods? CJ in GTA San Andreas constantly says, "Does the Pope shit in the woods?" instead of "Does a bear shit in the woods?" or "Is the Pope Catholic?" And to increasing hilarity when people don't understand what the fuck he's talking about. So pin targets, then AI blade operates manned turrets effectively, yeah. Funny you mentioned that. A friend is streaming a 100% run in San Andreas. You've probably seen that scene, those cutscenes. Yeah, CJ isn't the originator of that. I've heard that joke before San Andreas came out, but CJ probably made it popular. We can't get AI blades. AI is still illegal. AI blades in the sense of what CIG calls AI blades. They're still an expert system. They're basically, in verse, they would be effectively the same as the IFCS, only they'd be a targeting version of the IFCS. So the IFCS is the fly-by-wire system that runs all of the ships in Star Citizen. That's the name of the system that CIG built to allow for players to fly ships, and it's also the in-game version of the fly-by-wire system that's every ship has by standard. Yeah, basically, it's the closest you can get to legal AI in the Star Citizen universe. The Intelligent Flight Control System, yep. So it'd be something like the Intelligent Combat Targeting System. The ICTS. They left out the IFCS in the component guide because the IFCS is still being tweaked. They're actually creating a new version of the IFCS that you can basically turn entirely off. So they're creating a version of the IFCS, which is the Elite Dangerous assist off mode. I thought they didn't want you to turn it off, but it could fail. There have always been factions inside CIG that have different ideas of what to do, but in one of the monthly reports, they specifically mentioned that they're building a system to function with you effectively turning it off. Not turn it entirely off, but turn most parts off so that you can get more fine control over everything you do. Basically, the guide info is incomplete. Yeah, it's not full complete. A lot of it is we wait for engineering anyways. It's sort of it's their guide that they'll update as they update stuff. What are the next elections in Star Citizen? 2029 or 2959. If the UE doesn't know about it, is it really breaking the law? Boreal Stalker enters the chat. So you thought that was an accident? Okay. That was an accident by Rayari that got out of hand. And for some stupid reason, people are taking them, decided to kidnap them and release them in other places. I think they should shorten that for gameplay purposes. What, the elections? Well, I mean, there's senatorial elections, which will probably happen. They'll probably incorporate that if they can. The senatorial elections aren't defined yet, so we don't know how long somebody in the Senate serves. So it likely is shorter than an imperator, which is 10 years. So CIG, you can make it every 4 or 6 years or whatever. Yeah, but an imperator being every 2 to 4 years would be kind of more involved, and it would have been an active race for the community to constantly interact in. Yeah. No, but I was planning on doing that on Monday because we're going to go over 4.1, the changes to 4.1 lore. But before we get on to the roadmap roundup, let's do a quick read through of the patch notes. All right. So, wave, this is say wave potential more waves tonight. They went wave all since they did this. US only 600. So they've increased the mesh, so it's more now. Interesting. Server recovery enabled. It's been 600 for a while. Maybe it's 600 for good now, because it was 500, but 600 was the overflow. Maybe they just hard 600 now. No, this patch does not contain all the intended features, which will be added iteratively to the notes as they become available. Additionally, some features may be implemented as a partial state and as such are not ready for testing. When those features reach playable state, they'll be detailed in the notes as added to testing focus. Please issue counsel. Okay. Testing, focus, and feedback. Stability and bug fixes, enabling Orison and Area 18 NPE, which is new player experiences. Tier 0 item recovery. Ground vehicle and FPS mining updates. Ship collision physics updates. Volt weapons. Wikelo collector missions. Intro mission should now function and allow for subsequent collector missions to be completed. New Align and Mine event, which is the new sort of event. Tonight's build has further Hathor location, art, animation, audio polish. Wikelo collector turn-in requirements are temporarily reduced for the PTU, testing about 10% of what will be normally needed. This event will utilize 2 new locations in the PU, Hathor platform, alignment facilities, and Hathor orbital laser platform. Not ready for testing or feedback. Additional missions updated for mission. Known issues. Tier 0, upon impacted, the UI is showing a fee of taxed percent not meant for Tier 0. Visually only, will not take UEC. Personal inventory, item recovery. User will lose previously equipped loadout upon leaving Klesher Rehabilitation Facility. Mission refactor PvP missions do not work. Star map party members do not appear on the star map or area map. Jump points, locations, spacescaping asteroids that surround the Stanton Gateway can be seen in the jump tunnel, and occasionally can cause fatal collisions when exiting the jump tunnel. That's been one that's been in and off for a while. Failing a jump point will displace the player away from the gateway station. Wikelo collection, turning in additional items results in items disappearing and additional items in the freight elevator. Tractor beams, vehicle components. Ready Grip tractor module is listed at 0 AUEC in shops and can't be purchased. Drake Interplanetary Caterpillar, all variants. If stowed with cargo bays door open, the cargo bays controls will be missing open and close interactions on next retrieval. Okay. Locations. Wikelo location, audio and animation polish pass. Gameplay. Further align and mine audio, art, animation, and VFX polish. Balanced number of mineable rocks spawned in a planetary surface to compensate for fewer gems and rock. Ships and vehicles. Collision physics update. Ship collision damage handling is now done using full collision data passed down by physics. This means that mass and speed will now fully calculated in the collision and will make collision damage between all ships, big and small, behave more realistically. Greatly reduced fuel shortage for Pisces, Cutter, and SRV to be more in line with smaller ships. Reduced first and third person camera shake in ships. Further Hornet and Star Lancer Max flight mass changes. Weapons and items. New weapon! Volt Parallax. Verified off-world laser technologies are here with their brand new powerful assault rifle, which introduces the overheat mechanic and evolves as it fires. Parallax rifle has been added. You can trade in some value supplies to the collector to try out the rifle. The rifle builds up heat, increasing its fire rate up to 35%, and once heat is built up, it turns into a powerful beam. The temperature of the atmosphere you are in affects how quickly or slowly this heat builds up. For example, if you're in a cold planet, the weapon will take much longer to turn into a beam, and vice versa for a hot planet. The weapon, however, can overheat and be unable to fire if ran too hot, which in the future updates will cause significant wear. Currently, this weapon is also in single elimination in AC. Magazines will be added to the shops. Fire rate 600, damage 15. Grenade launcher balance. The intention of these changes is to make the grenade launcher have more focus on skill expression as opposed to raw power. Max damage radius decreased to 5 meters. Min damage radius decreased to 0. Max physics radius decreased from 8 to 5. Shouldn't cause knockdowns. Damage decreased from 16.5 to 12.5. This hits multiple body parts due to being an explosion. This makes it so you need to land 3 shots instead of 2. Increased min and max spread significantly. Aim down sight time increases from 0.17 to 0.25. These changes keep the grenade launcher as a powerful weapon, but require players to be more prepped by forcing them to aim to get consistent results. Overall, this will bring power level of the grenade launcher down whilst keeping its identity and making it more higher skill weapon. Ripper SMG. Recoil passed. DPS increased from 135 to 165. Fixed being unable to fire when under certain ammo capacity. Slightly increased ammo consumption rate. Custodian. Damage increased from 11.1 to 12. Castak. Just coming up Castak, baby. That makes it almost as strong as a fucking rocket or a grenade launcher now. It is only 0.5 less damage than a grenade launcher. P8AR, increased min spread from 1 to 4.5, removes free shot you got from hip fire, which has a strong component of the weapon. Increased aim down sight time from 0.25 to 0.3, increased delay before recoil return from 0.35 to 0.43. Arena Commander, single weapon elimination now active with AC, with other FPS weapons temporarily disabled to focus on testing SWE, now featuring Volt White Rifle Parallax. Bug fixes. So we got a bunch of bug fixes here and 4 client patches. Late addition to the notes. My bad, Waka. Arena Commander single lesson measure has been enabled. Okay, there we go. This is the blind Oni crab. The Zyphopod. Of course, the whip crab, baby. And the stalker, the different versions of the stalker, the boreal stalker. Talking about starlets or plant wall. All right. Great, I'm going to decide to a Zerg Ultralusk and a Star Citizen. Yes. My hope is that CIG adds the Boreal Stalker and or the whip crab. By the way, I want to give you some perspective. This is 6 foot. Okay. So this thing is about 20 feet tall. Let me put that in non-freedom units. Let me put that in communist units. Uh, 6 meters tall. Yeah, what Mitchell said. I'm hoping that when they add either the Boreal Stalker or the Whip Crab, by the way, this is a hive creature. They have, the queen controls its babies, and there are multiples of them. They live in large hives. So enjoy that. Oh, they also disguise themselves as rocks. So they might look like a particularly juicy mining rock, and you hit them with a mining rock, and they wake up, and then they kill your ship. Because they're 6 meters tall. Yeah, it's around 19. That's why I said about 20 feet. This is around 17-ish feet. For managed democracy, yes. So I'm hoping that they add the what are they called? The Zeus suits. The Zeus is the name of the suit, but it's the Titan suits. The combat ATLSs. Zeus suit riot. $6 meters tall. It's like 7 washing machines tall if you convert it back. It's like three basketball players tall. Yeah, ATLS has been viable in game for months now. They pretty much put it in game right after they introduced it because people kept screaming about it. Literally anything but the metric system. Coffee. Oh, coffee gaming, sir? Oh, yeah. Prepare for Atlasfall. Yeah. All right. Roadmap roundup time. I'm going to repeat this since we're getting a Banu guy with Banu aesthetics plus interior designs. Does that mean Banu immersion at the end of 2026? No. I don't even know if we'll get Banu immersion for 1.0. For our Salt Stream, my name is Paul Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. We got a good one for you. How y'all doing? Good old Banu Merchant Myth, yeah. So we're about to do the capsule. This is a small segment of the office of this live stream. This is the office hours. It's the Yak Yak stream where we talk about Star Citizen, lore, news, and more. We're going to be reading the monthly report, the roadmap roundup that happened recently to kind of talk a little bit about what's being added to the verse and to talk a little bit about 1.0 and it's the mythical 1.0. Paul Batman Jelly, yes. There's a new item, Atlas Ore Box. The SO mining heads might size 0 mining heads might fit for the Atlas, maybe. I am also looking forward to seeing Jared's NPC. I have been baying for blood. Well, I've been begging CIG to put in the newscasters and to do something, fucking something other than the goddamn Orison commercial. And we're getting Galnet or Democracy News, you know, from we're getting that, which is nice. Chomping at the bit, thank you. What we're getting for Banu is less stuff that would be indicating the Banu Merchantman and more stuff that is sort of general architecture that they either pulled from possibly Squadron or it's generally what they're creating. Because like making a couple of Banu spires is a lot different than making the interior of a functional ship.
907 just resubscribed for 3 months.
Thank you so much for that 3 months of support for Tier 3. You're a very important public, very impressive, very pedestrian. This is your father, drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. And Escape, I feel bad because we actually early in the stream, I saw a post about like, oh, why did the Valakkar lore change? And I saw that so one of the devs had responded to it. I was like, oh, let's see what this is. And I'm like, come on. We've been here, Escape. We know the answer. It changed because humans are fucking dicks and they think they can control everything and they often fuck up. Curious, do you have more than one of those helmets? Because the same one sends. Oh no, it's this is my third one. I still have at least one other one which is signed that I need to do for charity. So, Democracy News. What's this on SEL? Risky. Do you remember? Have you played Helldivers? Or Galnet from Elite Dangerous? So you know how like every time there's like a new event, the Democracy News will update with like updated like a small little like news segment on what's going on with the Helldivers, or Galnet will do an update on what's going on in the universe. Jared is now Galnet / Democracy News. Jared plays a newscaster who's going to do short 1-minute news segments, which will play throughout the verse for every action's going on. Probably not on our ship, but probably on stations. So like when you get into stations or you go into like landing zones, you'll see those ones that are like, come visit Orison. You're going to see like interspersed amongst that. Also, you'll see news broadcasts. We may even have a mobiGlass feature, but that would maybe require features. So who knows? Yeah, we're going to do a quick. Jared will become Wolf Blitzer, effectively. Wolf Blitzer of TikTok, because they're going to be about a minute long. And I wonder why they're going to be about a minute long. Why would they be under a minute? Why would that be specific time they chose? ADHD? It also happens to be the limit that almost all social medias have for videos. Like minimum or maximum length on, I think Twitter is about a minute if you don't have a certain subscriptions. On Blue Sky, it's 3 minutes. On TikTok, it's 3 minutes. On Instagram, I think it's a minute. So it basically means that these videos are going to be used as part of social media pushes. So we'll see them out there. Q-Pan up here doing war crimes with his posts. My hope is also, because this is what CIG has talked about in the past, is that their goal is to do short segments of stories of shows that they can put onto those televisions or onto your mobiGlass. That will be kind of like a broadcast you can tune into, which will have advertisements and then these shows and then, like these news segments and stuff like that to kind of build out the universe a little bit more. All right. You ready, chat? Let's do this, and then I'm going to wrap it up and go to bed. Because, I don't know how personal I want to get. Fun fact, here in Texas, we have this deadly disease outbreak, which is going on, which is very fun. Affects mostly children, but it's very fun. As a teacher who teaches children, I said, hey, when I went to go get my checkup recently with my new doctor, I was like, I remember some weird things going on when I was a kid because I got my MMR vaccine back when it was just the MM and you had to get the R separately. I believe that was the case. But anyways, or it was the MMR, but it was before 1990. And I remember my mom saying that something went wrong when I took it. So I got the first one, I got the full one, but I never got the second one. And then I had to get a booster when I was in high school. So I said, hey, I don't know my status. And the doctor's like, hey, we're doing blood work. We'll just check your status in the blood work. So they checked my status in the blood work. And it turns out I am not immune to the MMR. I am completely worn out. And I'm a teacher. And like not too far away from Austin, there's, a carrier of measles. So, yeah, I'm getting my MR vaccine tomorrow. So I may or may not be in functional status when I stream tomorrow. And Saturday, I may be very low energy Paul. So I'm glad I got tested because I was like, I'm fine. No, I'm not. So hopefully this is the one and done that I have to do. You get it while you can, yeah. But because I'm also stupid, I decided to also schedule a bunch of other medical appointments throughout this week. So I'm getting my tooth replaced on Monday, and then I've got a specialist that I'm looking at because I've got like this weird doctor thinks it's like a cyst or something like that. It's just on my neck, so it's hard to kind of turn my head without bothering it a little bit. The specialist's gonna look at it and see if they need to take it out, kind of thing. So I'm going to be in pain, recovering from multiple surgeries, and Paul 4.02 patch, basically. Hey, Marcus. So my goal is to write and maybe record the Banu episode for like the lore episode next week when I'm recovering. All right, let's do this recording. Oh, hello. Fancy meeting you here. Guess what time it is? Starts with a C. Ends with an ooh. That's right. Capsule. This is an office hours capsule, which I call a small segment of my office hours live stream that I do on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific on twitch.tv/TheAstroPub and youtube.com/TheAstroPub live. I'd love for you to come join chat here as we talk about lore, news, and more. We tend to look over the news of the day, go over recent updates and such. We read monthly reports. We go through the roadmap roundups. We watch ISC. Sometimes I record that and pop it up there. But because the stream is like 4 hours long typically, and a lot of people want to have some of these things, I record these little segments as sort of like a pop-out way so that you can just quickly watch it on your own if you have time to. So I try to keep them in between 20 to 40 minutes at most. Hopefully long enough to keep your attention and everything else like that, but not so long that you have to watch it in multiple sittings. So today we're going to talk about the roadmap roundup from March 12th, 2025. And we'll talk a little bit about 1.0 and 1.0 status and what we're looking at, because they talk a lot about 1.0 in this one as well. So with that, let's get started. So Hello, everyone. Every 2 weeks, we accompany the roadmap update with a brief explanatory note to give you insight on the discussion making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful for all of you who make Star Citizen 142 possible. Just a reminder, the 1.0 column showcases features and content planned for inclusion in or before Star Citizen 1.0. This means you may not have to wait for the 1.0 release to experience them. As features and content in the 1.0 column become ready, they will migrate left into a point patch column for release. Be sure to check back every 2 weeks for release updates, the latest updates. With that, let's dive into this week's roadmap roundup, CIG Community Team. Notable changes for March 12th, 2025. 4.0, Supply or Die. The Supply or Die event has been added to the card and has been switched to release. 4.1, Mission Giver, Wikelo. By the way, it's pronounced Wikelo. Not Wikelo, not Wikalo, it's Wikelo is how you say it, according to the guy whose missions always break. New Mission Giver enters the verse, bringing fresh opportunities for players to explore. We have renamed the card from Redacted Mission Giver to Mission Giver Wikelo. The card has been changed to Committed. So this is the Banu. Yes, for those who don't know, there's a Banu in game. Mostly you talk to them through your Mobiglass, but there is also a 3D model face that you can see on their Emporium. They've also added 3 new locations inside of that, which is that Mission Giver Wikelo's Emporium, a specifically designed location to host our latest Mission Giver, offering a new hub for players to engage these opportunities. This is not just a location; it also is tied to missions you can do for Wikelo, and if you do those missions for Wikelo, they will give you specific perks. You get a little bit of credits, if I remember correctly, but I think you get like tokens, not credits, you get tokens, and then you can use those tokens from Wikelo to unlock specific items that you can get from them, including armor or ships or modified weapons. So favors is what they're called, yeah. Sandbox activity, Align and Mine. New open-ended activity blending on-foot exploration with aerial support, creating sandbox gameplay opportunities for daring teams. This is the mission that we've been seeing specifically with the Hathor stations, where you have to align certain things to turn on a mining platform, turn on the blending platform, and then you get a lot of resources out of that mining platform. And also, the Sandworm comes out at some point. I personally haven't seen it, but I have seen images floating around there of them in the game, so we know they're in there, and they spawn around that region. So, and I think they're connected to this activity as well. Volt AAR Parallax, powerful new weapon boasting a unique blend of characteristics, firepower, and tactical potential. This is a beam weapon where you fire, it's a laser weapon you fire, and the more you fire it, it builds up heat, and as it builds up heat, it turns into a beam. It's released in 4.1 already for testing because it's open PTU as of this recording. So, Hathor ground alignment stations. Strategically placed Hathor-operated outposts providing key infrastructure and sandbox gameplay opportunities for planetary operators. Hathor mining station. Powerful new weapon boasting a unique blend of characteristics, firepower, large-scale mining laser facility operated by Hathor Group. Both of those are part of the Aligner mine, but I think they're going to be used for other missions as well. All right, 1.0. Now, it's important to note when we talk about 1.0 and them moving in that, as I said earlier, the 1.0 stuff will eventually migrate over to the left. But I will say this right now. If we're seeing stuff added to the 1.0 column, it's unlikely that those are soon, based on the fact that they're just adding them to the column. They've also added a bunch of stuff that was soon to the 1.0 column. So, like, the earliest we would see any of these is 4.2, which is probably in May or June. And I wouldn't even think that those will make it or not, because a lot of these are features, and as CIG has said, their focus isn't on features, it's on content, and boosting the current features to make sure that they function. So all of this stuff is stuff that is sort of long-term planning that CIG is going to do within the next 2 years or so. So, IFCS and control surfaces, improving atmospheric flight dynamics with functional control surfaces, allowing for more precise maneuvering and realistic aerodynamics. A general update to the flight model of all ships allows for you to tailor your ship's behavior more as you play to your playstyle. As part of the flight model updates, the control surface technology will be added to which produces more realistic flight behaviors in atmospheric conditions. We renamed this card from control surfaces to updated IFCS and control surfaces and uploaded its description. Right above me, I did a read-through of the monthly report that happened just recently, and they specifically talk about the changes to IFCS they're doing, which is going to be, for those of you who've played Elite Dangerous, it's very similar to the assist off mode. They're trying to make the IFCS as give you as much control as they can to the IFCS, so you can turn off and on different things as you want to. So much more fine control over your flight experience. Quantum travel. The quantum travel experience is becoming fully physical, including quantum boosting, a faster method for short travel. We've renamed this card from Quantum Boost to Quantum Travel and updated its description. Again, we've known that that's been in planning for a long time. It's active in Squadron 42, but it's just not in Star Citizen. There was an interesting post by, I can't remember their name. They're part of the engine team. I think they're part of the engine team. They were the ones who were in charge of Vulcan integration. They mentioned that one of the reasons why Vulcan isn't in Star Citizen is because the Star Citizen game we have right now hasn't pulled from the main branch in a long time. So a lot of the stuff they've been adding and fixing to the game, like quantum travel and such, are part of Squadron, and they're being tested in Squadron, but they're too unstable to be tested in Star Citizen at this moment. So, and for those, before anyone gets crazy and jumps in and be like, well, that means Squadron 42 is buggy. It probably is, but there's a lot different environment between a single player curated experience with semi-open world elements and an online multiplayer MMO. Those are very different things to build and like patch for. So stuff that works single player may not work well multiplayer. We just don't know right now. Only CIG knows, and I'm sure they're testing that. So, realistic audio mode, a systemic solution for expressing game audio in depressurized states through effects applied to audio and an increased emphasis on the resonance of sounds through surfaces and physical contact. So that was when they kind of showcased a while back, I think like 2 years ago. They showcased some of that elements. Again, it's probably in Squadron. I think it is in Squadron. We've kind of seen that already, but it's not fully implemented in Star Citizen yet. So for a lot of those reasons. So what did we learn? Generally speaking, a lot of stuff from 4.1 is added to the roadmap. And because 4.1's already in open PTU, I wouldn't expect the 4.1 PTU to be much longer. It's probably going to be another couple weeks, with 4.1 releasing at the end of this month. And CIG has said specifically that they want a much faster patch cadence. So that may mean we get 4.2 in May or April. It could also mean that, or May, yeah. It could also mean that we get 4.1.1, and then 4.1.2, and then we get 4.2. We don't really know quite yet. But the big thing to take away is that if you see anything added to the 1.0 column, do not expect it anytime soon, because CIG would have added it to the 4.1 column, or we'll add it to another column later. We still need to see how those things migrate. Once we start seeing those migrate from the 1.0 column to like a 4.2 or 4.3 or whatever patch, then we'll kind of get the cadence down. But for now, set expectations properly. It's good that they're in the 1.0 column because they're probably looking at it. And a lot of those things were stuff that they've specifically talked about recently working on. So these are features that they're actively in development, but they're just not ready for release anytime soon. So hopefully that helps out. As always, I want to hear your thoughts down below on any of this. Do you think Paul's being pessimistic? Of course, we're going to see all of these things faster. Do you think we're going to see them ever? Who knows? Tell me if you like these sorts of things. I like to do them, so I love to post up. It doesn't take me too long to get them done. If you did like this, like the video, subscribe for more content, and hit the bell icon to be notified when we release. As always, join us live, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPub live. Love to see you join here and chat and lie about how it's not live. And yeah, our Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. All right. Do you think the map features being held up by quantum rework? Yes, almost certainly. Michelob? I'm gonna call him Wilco. We all call him Wilco, basically. I just wish the vehicles without quantum drive were actually usable. Let me get the high speeds and give me some waypoints. All right, we're gonna finish this up soon. I'll just call Wikelo Roger. I'd love some waypoints for ground vehicles. It'd be so much easier to have waypoints, a waypoint system on a map, but yeah. This is the year of sad pandas and dumpster chickens. We can wait for the new shiny stuff while they fix stability. Yeah. I'm going to consult the wiki. With 4.1's addition of some crazy shit, it seems like CIG's on the right path. And I think 4.1.1 or whatever patch is coming out after this is likely going to fix the rest of the mission system. And then after that, we'll start seeing, you know, once they've finally re-implemented everything they took out with 4.0, we'll start seeing stuff like, we know that the transit system is not going to be ready until June. So the full transit system, the full fix for all the transit systems is going to start in June. I'm hoping that that team, once they're finished, will then move on to fixing some of the problems with the cargo elevators and the ship elevators, because those are the biggest problems right now. Once they can get the cargo elevators and the ship elevators consistently working, I believe that they'll have a situation where we will see more people invested and interested in the game. So, yeah, I also would hope that they do Vulcan. I have a sneaking suspicion / fear that Q3's patch, so around August, September, we're going to see a patch that is going to be, hit the right button here. Thick. Thick. If you know what I mean. Where they're going to drop like scanning, engineering, trying to think what else is the big ones. Reputation, all that sort of stuff. Extra thick. Yeah, I love the Aku quote. Yeah, and Vulcan. Yeah. So we're gonna get a like a complete overhaul of the game with one patch, which is what CIG doesn't like to do, but because I think at that point they'll be stable. We'll move through multiple stabilization and hardening factors, and like Q3, Q4. I'm partially not okay with that because I'm afraid that they'll do that so that they can get that, because Q3 is their big patch. Q3 to Q4 is their big patch. That they want to hit that big patch so that when they come into IAE, they're coming in with a patch that is significantly overhauled compared to what we've had in the past. Can they remove some rocks from the planet so I can drive without being flipped over constantly? That's part of their Planetech V5 stuff. So also lets them do CitizenCon with, look, all these things we did this year. I'm still not convinced we're going to have CitizenCon. I think what we're going to probably see is the next time CIG does a big thing talking about Squadron 42, probably in the next newsletter, either this month or next month. Because it's doing like every 2 months they're doing a newsletter, and I think they started in April or in February, January. I think we'll get a newsletter saying, hey, we're not doing CitizenCon this year, but we're going to be doing a bunch of things for Squadron. So we're going to be out and about showing off Squadron, maybe even being able to play Squadron on the floor of like Gamescom or something like that. And that what we're going to get for CitizenCon is more of a sort of maybe a Squadron 42 direct, a show that CIG will put on that'll be specifically about Squadron 42 and all the stuff they're going to do for it. I think it'd be cool if they did an online CitizenCon. I'd love for them to do like a big CitizenCon, but we're going to let Jared walk around and stream everything all day. All right, y'all, and last chance, any questions or anything? Yeah, I saw it too. I think you posted on my Discord. I'm definitely interested in getting it.
Cloud, visit Horizon, the city in the cloud, SMB Whale 1, SMB Whale 2, SMB Whale 3.
Thank you so much, Shogi. Yeah, I'm thinking about doing that. I'm also thinking about waiting. Because right now, if I look at it, I could get the Ryzen 9 for basically $480. For comparison, the Ryzen 7 7800 X3D, the Ryzen 7 9800 X3D is $480, and the Ryzen 7 7800, ugh, the 7800 is $450, so it's only like $20 to $30 more. All right. $40. No, not $40. Yeah, like $20 more. So like, that's a really good deal. Yeah, no, I wasn't going to get the 9. I was going to get the 7s, but the Ryzen 7 9800 X3D is really good. What did 10 Pound 42 suggest? Oh yeah, I have to edit that video this week too. 10 Pound 42 said the difference in price, the difference in performance.
Hey, a tip.
Escap, super chatted $49.99. How much more?
Jesus fucking Christ, man. You tier 3 me and then you give me $50. Thank you so much for that. Oh, fuck. He basically said the performance is minimal, and it was, the 9800 X3D was, I shit you not, $100 more. Last time I checked, it was $579. It's dropped $100. So it was $130 difference. And I was like, for $130, I could use that. And like, that's the cost of my fucking RAM. Like that's effectively, I could buy a motherboard for $130. So for the performance increase, which is minimal, I could save $130 basically. Now it's like $20 is the difference. So it's like, okay, I probably have to buy it. Just, and not a question, just want to announce that I found a medium rated 100% quant rock on CeeLo just now. It's Kylo, right? Is how you say it? I always say it's CeeLo, like CeeLo Green, because it makes people mad. But I also mispronounce Utrepe. And all of the muses I screw up on. Silo? Cielo? Is it Cielo? Or is it Cleo? Yeah, Calliope. Calliope. No, it's Latin. They're the muses, or it's Greek. The three moons of Microtech are all the muses, named after the muses. Good night there, Ronnie. Is that Cleo? Cleo, Calliope, and what's the last one? Tilt Crown. Thank you for that raid. You're very important, popular, very impressive sisters, very good pedestrians. Y'all rock. Welcome. My name is Paul Berserker 01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. Sit back, relax, enjoy the show. Have a good one. How y'all doing? Getting a lot of raids from folks who I have never seen before. No offense, T. I'm glad y'all are coming. I have this weird fucking feeling, and tell me if I'm wrong, that y'all are newer to Star Citizen. You're German streamer. Okay, that would also make sense. I'm completely disconnected from the international community. The English pronunciation is Calliope. Since November 23. Okay, so not too long ago. Well, welcome. I'm not going to try to speak it in German because I'm going to fuck it up, but, you know. I look very yellow. Everyone keeps saying that. Where's my camera? Choose the brightness.
Hey, a tip.
Mark, super chatted $69.42. Put this into the new PC fund.
How's your jaundice doing? It's acting up. Is that any better? Or am I now more? And I'll be more pale. That better? Thank you for that 69.42. Nice. Fucking shit, y'all are far too fucking generous. It's like over $100 right there. I guess when the stream ends, I'm gonna buy that freaking the freaking Ryzen 7 9800X3D. So I'm gonna go over this real quickly. Just for those of you who don't know, I'll give you my current PC stats, which are abysmal, and then my PC stats in terms of what they are going to be. My current PC stats is I've got a 11700K processor, 32 gigabytes of DDR4 RAM, a bunch of SATA 1 terabyte SSDs.
Dem biddies.
Ready to shift your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary?
Yes, thank you. I was expecting it to be longer. And I also have an M2 drive, a 1 terabyte M2 drive. And I have a 2070 Super. So it functions, it works, it does all right with 99% of the games, and does pretty good with Star Citizen. But I'm in the point where I need to upgrade. Hey, your 2070 can still run physics, yes.
Dem biddies.
Ready to reset your expectations to the everyday to the highest heights?
If you're gonna donate the meme. Yeah, thank you. So, the plan is my future rig, because fuck trying to get a 5070, or should I say it's 5070 Ti, because I want to get the 16 gigabytes of RAM, that sort of range, high mid end, the mid tier, but sort of higher end mid tier. Let me pull up the.
Dem biddies.
Thank you for them biddies. Y'all just dropping the biddies on me right now. Thank you, T Crown. Gaming PC. So, right now, I'm looking at a Ryzen 7 9800 X3D. I'm looking at 48 gigabytes of DDR5, because when you get the odd numbers, 224 gigabytes sticks. Because we get the odd numbers, like the 48 gigabytes is more than enough for gaming in general, because it's just a gaming PC. More than 32, I don't really need 64. And it's gonna cost me about $110. So it's neat. And I'm looking at getting the X9070 or the RX 9070 XT.
Dem biddies.
Hello and welcome to shifting your perspective from the ordinary to the extraordinary and resetting your expectations to the everyday to the highest heights. From breathtaking views, incredible dining, Crusader is calling. Stay at the luxurious accommodations, tour Empire-class shipyards and bask in a sunset that is truly unforgettable. With shuttles arriving daily, what are you waiting for? Come, visit Horizon, the city in the clouds.
Thank you so much for them biddies there, Iris. Star Citizen uses 32 gigs of my 64 DDR4. Yeah. Nice, Citizen Ninja. Good to hear that. I have a 2070 Super, but paired it with an i9 1090K in pre-built PC.
Brew.
Bruh. God damn it. I just bought a 9800 X3D and a 9070 XT. I'm going to do my first PC build tomorrow. Congratulations, buddy. Star Citizen occasionally goes over 32 gigabytes for me. Yeah, but I mean, like, it's not getting to use 64 gigabytes. If Star Citizen is using 64 gigabytes, we're all in fucking trouble. 48 is fine. Like 48 is fine amount of gigabytes. It's for like reduces the cost a little bit. 64 is overkill. I don't know if any video games will require 64 gigabytes of RAM in the near future. And if they do, you should beat them until they improve their
With a new PC setup, you'll be able to see your favorite ship, the Redeemer, a lot better.
Oh, God damn it. If any video games need 64 gigabytes of RAM, somebody is screwed up. So I'm looking at this the 9070 XT only because even at its overpriced market, because like its MSRP is $59.99, which is a joke. You can't get that anywhere. Right now, it's like $150 more expensive than MSRP. But you know,
Them biddies.
Redeem her. I hardly know her.
Oh, God damn it. But it's equivalent, the 5070 Ti. The cheapest you can get it is $1,100. And they don't make the 40 series anymore. They stopped making the 40 series. So it's going to be even more expensive to get the 40 series. So even at that outrageously high price for MSRP for the 5070, it's still a better deal because you're getting it at basically the MSRP of the 5070, which you can't get unless you're paying $300 more. Oh, I'm sorry, 5070 is what I'm saying. Not 2070. Did I say 2070? Because I have a 2070 Super. My brain got scrambled. Yeah, 5070 Ti, the latest generation mid-tier card from NVIDIA, is at the cheapest $1,100. No, 1,100. No, the Ti is $750. Its MSRP is $749 for the Ti. The 5070 is $599, and it's worse than the $599 card MSRP from NVIDIA. Is it because of scalpers again? That, and also because they didn't fucking produce enough in quantity. Now, there was rumor that AMD was going to increase the MSRP for all of their cards, so that the $59.99 was just the release version of the release MSRP. But then AMD came out and said, we don't have control over the people who, are third-party retailers, but we did not change the MSRP. That wasn't just the release price. That is their MSRP. It's up to them if they want to release it at MSRP or not. Are the RX 9070 X and XT selling for MSRP? No, they're higher than MSRP, but their MSRP markup is like between $50 and $150. So it's still outrageous, but you can go on. I don't think you can get them right now. Let me look at Newegg. Newegg has been having it. It has had it a little bit here and there. So they're out of stock right now, but they look like the cheapest is going for $729. Oh, there's one that's $669. Nice. There's one at $699. So there's definitely some that are at lower prices. Oh, and Gigabyte's selling it at there's a Gigabyte 9070 XT which is at retail or at MSRP. But like the markups are not insane. Like the highest I've seen is a $859, which is insane, but But a lot of those are just sort of like premium priced, better fans, other little upscale stuff like that. wonder if I can call up Micro Center Houston. And then make a trip. You can buy it in store. And they have the Sapphire. I'm getting my fucking shot tomorrow. What am I saying? I'm trying to see if I can find it. I'm going to call it a night here in a moment, but. They're out of stock. Which version of the MSRP? I'm guessing it's the AS Rock. Now, I'm looking through them. They're all out of stock. Yeah, every MSRP card I see is out of stock in Houston. I can imagine that, Fair Assault, because we had a Micro Center here in Austin and it closed. Micro Center Austin was fantastic. A shorter shot, Tequila, the MMR vaccine. Long story short, thought I was immune, but due to some shenanigans when I was a kid, I'm not. And you know, there's an outbreak in Texas, so and I work with kids, so yeah.
Them biddies.
Do ya want to take a look at me, BTs? Good show. Stay healthy.
Thank you. Yeah, because today is my first day of vacation. You mean fries? Oh, it might have been fries. Yeah, I might have been thinking. Well, I was only planning a trip to Houston because Fair Assault said that they had in stock 9070 XTs, and I'm like, they have in stock 9070 XTs at MSRP. that's a trip. I think that I work with kids felt a lot less like I think about the kids and more like those little greased goblins are going to get you. I mean, I can't stop them from getting it, but I can protect myself from getting it and then spreading it to more kids. Yeah, two. It's 146 people have got it. There is at least one person who was dumb enough to spread it in the areas, like in some of the areas near Austin. So, see, I'm looking through their site right now. As I say, some of these are in stock. Let me see if I can. No, I don't think there's any way I can. 0 items available ships. See all 77. Because like if I go like here, just XFMP, you can go down here to store. See, they're all out of stock. Well, you can call them up and see if they have them, because you have the 18-minute in-store pickup, which means 3 days. You can just call them up and say, hey, can I pick, you have this, can I pick it up? And they'll hold it for you if you call in early. Yeah, like there's nothing here. Out of stock, out of stock, out of stock, out of stock. So they may have them in stock, but just not for this. I can ask them when they get the shipments cards. But it'd probably be better for me to go to Dallas rather than Houston. Because Houston is 2 hours and 30 minutes. And Dallas is, oh no, Houston is actually closer. Dallas is 3 hours. Houston might actually be a better option. Yeah, it'll be about 2 hours and 30 minutes. The micro center for Houston is downtown Houston. Is there any lore in the Valakkar? Yeah, there's a lot of lore in the Valakkar. We're going to talk about it on Monday. I'm going to do an entire episode of the Astro Historian stream that's just the 4.1 lore. All the lore that's being introduced into the game with 4.1. Outdated lore. It's not outdated, Escape. As I was saying earlier, they've updated it. They've updated it a while ago. All right, chat. Time to flood Paul's social to the recommendations to places to eat brunch in Dallas. But the long story short is, I think with the rig that I have planned, it will be quieter, run better, and generally speaking, better overall for me when I'm playing Star Citizen and other games. And I should be good for another 2 to 3 years. Because the advantage of this is that the AM5 slot is going to be the slot for their next series of chips. So the motherboard should be fine. continue to be fine in the long term. So as long as I get I'm going to get the originally I was going to get a cheaper version, but I think I'm going to get the X87, X870 sort of version, the most latest version, because that should future-proof me enough so that if I want to upgrade the CPU, I can, and I can easily upgrade the GPU. Hey, Gross, how you doing, buddy? You'll be using motherboard for like 5+ years, at least 2 more upgrades. Exactly. Because that's the problem. The reason why I have to upgrade this today, the one I have currently, is because it's old tech. Like my motherboard is completely out of whack. My so it wouldn't even take the new DDR RAM. So if I had a slightly newer motherboard, I'd be fine. I'm looking at my gaming PC, and I believe this gaming PC, no shit. Let me double check. Was built in 2021. Doing well. Thank you. Soul Provision had a lovely evening in Pyro. Going to be lurking, listening for a while. No problem. Yeah. So it lasted for, no, it was 2020 was when I built it, not 2021. Because I got the 2070 Super in 2020 when all of the chip shortages were happening. Nice, X. I'll leave you with this before I go. I'm also likely going to be updating my my stream PC this year as well. That is not as much of a priority because my current one works fine. But in order to do, most of what I run on my stream PC is like old hard drives, so this could die at any moment. So my plan is to upgrade it with the Ryzen 9 7950X, which is, from what all the research I could get, a really good processor for editing. So that's crazy. I built my PC in 2020 as well. I guess that's why we share a GPU. Yeah. See, Steve, this is for my stream PC, not for my gaming PC. So what I've heard is that specific chip is really good for my for like video editing and stuff like that. Perfect for what I need it for. And everything else is a little bit cheaper. The motherboard's a little cheaper. I'm getting a little bit more memory, more RAM for that one, so it's a little bit more expensive compared to the gaming PC. I'm actually getting 64 gigabytes of RAM, but again, editing and streaming, but editing is the big one. The thing that I'm actually looking at for, which is kind of funny, is the Arc A770, the Intel card. And every time I bring it up, people lose their fucking mind because like, don't get that. It looks good, but it's bad for gaming. It's like, I know, but it's really good for streaming and really good for like, it's a lot of video memory for editing and stuff like that. Yeah, my second PC has an Intel B9 Oh, it's got a Battle Mage. Nice. There's more than just gaming. Well, I have 2 PCs because I do a dual PC setup. I've been doing it since I started streaming because I just found it's a lot more convenient for streaming, especially streaming Star Citizen. But in general, it means that I don't stress my gaming PC out unless I'm gaming, and I can just play, and just do work on a streaming PC. And the thing about a streaming PC is that you can make one for fairly cheap. The full price of this streaming PC is slightly above $1,600. My gaming PC is around, right now, it's around like $2,500. So for $1,000 less, I can build a PC that works pretty well for anything I throw at it in terms of streaming stuff. Right now, you apparently can't buy the A770. I don't know why. It's on Amazon. It's $307 for some reason. It's weird. They may just need to run another unit of it. If I add that to my list, yeah, so that's $1,600. Like $1,670, $1,680 for a streaming PC, which is really not bad. Yes, I know that the motherboards will require a BIOS update. Remember when getting a banging gaming setup was like $1,200? Oh fuck yeah! My first gaming rig that I built myself was around $1,500, and that was like a mid-high end with a 1070. I actually still have it here. It was in 2018. It was. An i7 6700K with a 1070, 16 gigabytes of DDR3 RAM. It was an Asus 170 Plus with a Corsair H100 V2. The only question I have is, it's been a while since I've done a BIOS update. Because with a BIOS update, wouldn't you need to like connect to the internet and download something? Or is it like you have to install it on a different, install the BIOS update on like a flash drive and then plug it in and that kind of stuff? Not 300. Bad Amazon sellers hide the actual cost in shipping and handling and to the tune of hundreds. It's free shipping though. It's maybe because I have Prime. BIOS goes into a flash drive and you have to manually initialize it during the PC startup and pray your power doesn't go out. You install BIOS on a USB stick and file and download a copy to it. I think I had to do that with my current gaming PC because I got my current gaming PC, the chip, the motherboard hadn't been updated for the current chips. So I had to fire up my stream PC, download the BIOS update on the stream PC on a stick, and then put it in there. So yeah. Let's get rated again. KG! I don't know why it's not going through the alerts. Welcome, buddy. Saturday, right? You're gonna be here for talking about the Tier 0 item recovery. Welcome everyone from KG Stream. My name is Paul, Berserker01, Batman Shelley, your humble host and space bartender here at the AstroPub, your space bar at the end of the universe. How y'all doing, buddies? He does not have measles yet. Things and stuff, yeah. I was looking at GPUs, Fishy. The rock sparkle. That's not what I'm doing right now. That's like basically the plan is that for the stream PC, I'm gonna get probably like an A770 for $300, $200, $300. And you know, because they're super cheap. And because it's got A, high VRAM, and B, the new streaming codec is really well supported on Intel GPUs, it's the perfect setup for it. Excited and nervous. That's your first time coming on the captain's table, though, man. It'll be interesting to talk about it because it's definitely controversial, and I am generally not very unhappy with it. I know a lot of people are pissed off about it, so it'll be interesting to be on the other side of that. AV1, yeah. That's Intel. The MSRP for the A7, the Sparkle, the Arc A770 is $299. The A770 is not a high-end card. It's an Intel card. But it's actually not that bad. Like what you get is you get what you pay for, but what you get is especially if you're doing like 1080p gaming, the biggest problem is drivers. Like it's actually a solid low-end card. I firmly believe that not many people are actually angry with the Tier 0. It's just that posts about it are absolutely feral and shouting. Even the posts are like the major post that made the announcement. If you looked at there was people who did thumbs up and thumbs down. The thumbs up was like, last I checked, was like 700, 800 thumbs up and only like 500 thumbs down. So it's controversial, but I think CIG is also doing the good thing and sort of trying to differentiate, trying to improve the experience. Like one of the things that people immediately pointed to was grenade launchers. Like grenade launchers are just fuck you weapons that you can just spam and kill everybody really quickly. So what do? They nerfed the fuck out of the grenade launcher while also making it impossible to buy grenade launcher ammo. So you can't buy ammo, you have to find it. And it's no longer the instant I win weapon. It requires multiple aimed shots to actually hit them in order to do damage to them. You can't knock people over with them anymore. And why do they do that? Because they specifically wanted to nerf it so it wasn't people just spamming grenade launchers wherever they go. Yeah, and the drivers are improving for quite a while. Yeah, I think when they get to the C and D series cards, what do they call the C? They've been doing a bunch of like crazy fantasy stuff because was it the Archmage was the first one? The A was the Archmage, the B is the Battle Mage, and so the C might be the Combat Mage? Is it the Celestial Mage? The Celestial is what it's called. Okay. The Celestial and Druid. Okay. The Celestial Mage and the Druid Mage. For those of you who don't know, Intel makes graphics cards now, and they had some weird problems early on, but they solved a lot of those problems with the B series, their Battle Mage, which is surprisingly good. It just doesn't, they didn't make it in enough quantities. But their first series, the A series, had a lot of the kinks worked out, and it works pretty well. It's good for like 1080p gaming, so like your basic gaming resolution. And then the Battle Mage cards that came out recently are better overall quality, and they're competing pretty heavily with the low-end cards, with the low-end market. So like, if you aren't looking for like 4K crazy resolution, I know I'm talking to Star Citizen fans here, so all of you are, but if you're looking for a budget, that's not a bad choice right now. It just really depends on if Intel supports Star Citizen with stuff. So it feels like an overboard knee-jerk reaction, and this is coming from someone that had Klepter screaming in his ear about his sniper rifle after he got ratted by a team in multiple grenade launchers in a CZ. Nah, I think grenade launchers in general should not be I-win weapons. They should be toned down anyways, because CIG, most of the combat that you're going to experience in Star Citizen is corridors, and grenades in corridors are disgusting. So I have a coworker who still has threats to sue our employer, but still expects to be working for them. That's insane. Intel's gonna run out of mages in the alphabet eventually. The 79 XTX seems like the best value for performance. It is, hands down. It's just raw performance, not necessarily in any of the other performance like things. The 9070 series is pretty good. It's a pretty good upgrade, but I think the 79 XTX 900s XTX might be this generation's 1080, the 1080 Ti, because the 1080 Ti is one of those cards that is still around, that people still use to play games, and still supports everything that you need to play video games. It is still the best card that has ever been made by man. And the 7900 XTX might be the next version of that, because it's 32 gigabytes of fucking RAM, of VRAM. It's probably going to be running car games until the 2030s. I still use a 1080 Ti paired with a 5800 X3D. It's a beast. Yeah, I'm thinking I might actually, because if I can't get a graphics card from, by the way, for those of you who don't know, I'm actually going to be streaming a long time on Wednesday. So this coming Wednesday, I'm going to be streaming basically all day to raise money specifically for this rig. So this has helped a lot. Thank you. But I'll be going a little bit longer then. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to even if I had the money, I wouldn't be able to buy a graphics card, but I can buy everything else. So what I might do is, with the money that I can raise now, buy all of the components, install all the components, pull my 2070 Super out and install it into the new rig, and use that instead of my gaming PC and see if it works. I think it probably could work. Then turn the rotary into a fixed emplacement and turn a GP33 into a break action single shot. You're gonna buy it Micro Center? They have insane micro. Okay, that's a good point. I actually didn't think about that. No. I'm not seeing that. I'm looking through we've been looking through Microsoft Center's stuff. They don't really have any bundles. They're selling built-in Now that's funny. They have a rig. Let's see if we can buy it. I don't think you can buy it. No, it's out of stock everywhere. Oh, it's in stock in Mayfield Heights, Ohio. And in Pennsylvania, but it's out of stock in Texas. Stock in Westbury. It's in stock in some stores. But they have a bundle deal. They have a pre-built PC, which has a Ryzen 7 9800 X3D, 32 gigabytes of DDR5 RAM. So not great, but, you know, fine. A 9070 XT, 2 terabyte NVMe SSD for $2,399. The only problem about this is I already purchased the tower, so I already have a tower, and I'll build it myself. But this is basically the same thing I would have purchased. The difference is the RAM is a little bit less than I would have purchased, and the motherboard's a little older. But yeah, I already have the case, so. I think they do have, they have a couple of bundles, but all those bundles that I'm looking at are all like bundles with other stuff. The reason why they may not have bundles is because they're sold the fuck out. TK, have a good night. Yeah, I gotta get some sleep myself here. I'm gonna done talking about this, but yeah, sorry I end up talking about this at the end of things, but I just wanted to keep you updated because it's exciting whenever you build a new PC, and I'm excited to do it. I'm a little frustrated that I had to do it when we had the PC, the shitty GPU launches, but hopefully I can get everything set up so that by the time I'm actually purchasing the GPU, which is going to be the most expensive part of the whole damn rig, they'll have plenty in stock and I can get it at MSRP and stuff like that. So I can play at 1440 at high levels, which will be great. And I can... yeah, I can enjoy myself. Thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. I'll be back tomorrow with Loken, hopefully to hunt the worm. But we'll see if Loken is down for it or Star Citizen has sucked the life out of him and beat him down into the dirt. We may just play Space Marine, because Space Marine 3 was announced, so that's nice. We'll see. And then Saturday we have Captain's Table with KG and a couple other folks who will be talking about Tier 0 item recovery. And then on Sunday, I'm going to browbeat the lore officers, and we're going to do 4.1 PTU expeditions. So we might do like the Align and Mine stuff. We might do just regular, good old fashioned regular missions, whatever. We might work for Wikelo a little bit. And then on Monday, I'm going to be doing another Astro Historian stream, specifically breaking down the lore that is being added in the game with 4.1. Things like the who Hathor group is, who the different new mission giver groups are, who Wikelo is, we don't know who they are, but we know the Banu and kind of a little bit of experience on like what a Suli is. Talk about the Valakkar and their updated lore in terms of why they are here when they were originally from Layer 3. So yeah, it'll be interesting to break that down. And like I said, on Wednesday, I'm going to be getting up bright and early, like sort of like 9 a.m. Eastern, so like 6 a.m. Pacific, and I'll be going till late. I'll be going until at least 8 hours, and if we reach our funding goals, it'll be even longer. So thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Make sure you hit that subscribe button if you're on Twitch or on YouTube. It's a follow button on Twitch. Love to have you there. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black.